Welcome to Paranormal Pages. Let's get straight into the True Scary Stories compilation. Story 1. The Bleeding Walls. The first time I saw it, I thought it was a prank. It was a chilly autumn evening, and I had just moved into the old Victorian house that had stood vacant for years. The realtor had mentioned its history briefly, glossing over the details with a nervous chuckle. I didn't care. The house was beautiful, a dream come true. But that night, as I was unpacking in the living room, I saw it. Scrawled across the wall in what appeared to be blood were the words, "Get out." My heart pounded as I approached the wall, the metallic scent of blood becoming more pronounced. I touched the letters, expecting the paint to be fresh, but it was dry. Panicking, I checked the house, room by room, but found no signs of intruders. I convinced myself it was some cruel joke left by the previous owner, but a seed of unease had been planted. The next day, I bought a can of paint to cover the message. The rich cream color blended perfectly with the old plaster walls, and for a moment, I felt a sense of accomplishment. I went about my day, settling into my new home, feeling a bit lighter. As evening approached, I decided to reward myself with a glass of wine. Sitting in the living room, the memories of the previous night felt like a distant nightmare. But then I noticed it. The message was back, bleeding through the fresh paint as if it had never been covered. This time, the letters seemed angrier, more pronounced. "Get out" stared back at me, taunting. My pulse quickened, and I stumbled back, dropping my wine glass. It shattered on the hardwood floor, the red liquid seeping into the cracks, mirroring the sinister message on the wall. I decided to call a friend, someone who might provide a rational explanation or at least some comfort. Emma, my best friend since college, picked up on the second ring. "Hey, what's up?" she asked, her voice a soothing balm to my frazzled nerves. "Emma, you have to come over. I think something's wrong with my house," I stammered, trying to keep my voice steady. She was at my door within the hour, her concerned eyes scanning my face. "Show me," she demanded. I led her to the living room, pointing at the message. Her expression shifted from confusion to concern. "Okay, that's weird. Maybe it's some kind of chemical reaction with the old paint," she suggested, but her voice lacked conviction. That night, Emma stayed with me. We watched movies, trying to distract ourselves, but the unease lingered. We both slept in the living room, too afraid to venture into the darkened halls of the house. Sometime in the early hours, I awoke to a cold breeze. The windows were shut and the heater was on, but the air was frigid. Then I saw it. Another message, fresh and wet, dripping onto the floor. "You were warned." I shook Emma awake, my voice trembling. "Emma, look." She sat up, her eyes widening in horror. There was no denying it now. Something was very, very wrong. Hey, subscribe for more scary stories. The following morning, Emma insisted we call a professional. She found a local contractor known for dealing with old houses and their quirks. By midday, Tom arrived, a burly man with a no-nonsense attitude. He examined the walls, the messages, and the house's history. After a thorough inspection, he scratched his head, baffled. "I've never seen anything like this," he admitted. "But I'll repaint it with a sealant. That should do the trick." We watched as Tom meticulously applied layer after layer of specialized paint, sealing off any potential bleed-through. The walls looked pristine by the time he finished, and for the first time since moving in, I felt a glimmer of hope. Emma stayed with me again, just in case. The night was uneventful, and the next morning, the walls remained clean. Emma had to leave for work, but she promised to check in later. I decided to explore the house more thoroughly, hoping to uncover some clue about the mysterious messages. The attic seemed like a good place to start. Climbing the creaky steps, I felt a chill in the air. Dust and cobwebs covered everything, untouched for years. I rummaged through old trunks and boxes, finding nothing but moth-eaten clothes and forgotten knickknacks. Just as I was about to give up, a small, leather-bound journal caught my eye. Its pages were yellowed and fragile, filled with elegant handwriting. The entries detailed the life of a woman named Margaret, who had lived in the house a century ago. Margaret wrote of her loneliness, her despair, and finally, her descent into madness. She believed the house was haunted, that the walls whispered to her in the night. Her final entries grew increasingly frantic, talking about messages in blood and warnings from unseen forces. My hands trembled as I read her last, chilling words. The walls are alive. They feed on fear. That night, I couldn't sleep. Margaret's journal haunted my thoughts, her terror seeping into my own reality. As the house settled, every creak and groan felt like a sinister whisper. Around midnight, the temperature plummeted again. I wrapped myself in a blanket, heart racing. The house was silent, too silent. Then, I heard it, a faint, scratching sound coming from the walls. I followed the noise to the living room, dread pooling in my stomach. The wall where the first message had appeared was bulging, as if something was trying to break through. My breath hitched, and I backed away, my mind racing. Was it an animal? Or something far worse? The bulge grew, and with a final, sickening rip, the plaster gave way. A torrent of blood poured out, pooling at my feet. Paralyzed with fear, I stared at the growing puddle, the metallic scent overwhelming. From within the crimson flood, words began to form, as if guided by an invisible hand. They are here. I stumbled back, my mind struggling to comprehend the horror unfolding before me. The room seemed to close in, the walls whispering maliciously. In my panic, I called Emma again. "Emma, please come over." "It's happening again," I pleaded, my voice shaking. She didn't hesitate. Within minutes, she was at my door, eyes wide with fear and concern. "What happened?" she asked, taking in the scene. I pointed to the wall, the blood slowly seeping away but the words remaining. "They're here," I whispered, my voice barely audible. Emma grabbed my hand, her grip tight. "We need to find out who or what they are," she said firmly. "And why they're haunting you." Emma and I spent the next morning scouring the internet for information on the house and any paranormal occurrences in the area. Our search yielded countless ghost stories and urban legends, but nothing concrete. Desperate, we decided to contact a local medium renowned for her ability to communicate with spirits. Her name was Madame Serafina, and she had a reputation for uncovering the darkest secrets. Madame Serafina agreed to come over that evening. As dusk settled, her presence filled the room with a palpable sense of unease. She was an older woman, her eyes sharp and knowing. "This house has a dark history," she began, her voice a low, melodic whisper. "I can feel the energy of those who suffered here." She walked through the rooms, her fingers brushing the walls as if feeling for a pulse. When she reached the living room, she paused, closing her eyes. "There is something malevolent here," she said, her voice tense. "The walls have absorbed the pain and suffering of those who lived here before. They are trying to warn you, to drive you away." Madame Serafina began her ritual, lighting candles and burning sage to cleanse the space. She chanted in a language I didn't recognize, her voice rising and falling in a hypnotic rhythm. As the smoke filled the room, the atmosphere grew heavier, the temperature dropping once more. Suddenly, the walls began to throb, as if alive. "They are here," she whispered, her eyes snapping open. "The spirits of those trapped within these walls." She motioned for me to come closer. "You must ask them what they want. Only then can you hope to be free." My heart pounded as I approached the wall, the blood-stained message glaring back at me. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice trembling. The house seemed to hold its breath, the silence oppressive. Then, faintly at first, I heard a whisper. It grew louder, more insistent, until it filled the room. "Justice," it hissed. "Revenge." The words seemed to echo from every corner, wrapping around me like a vice. "They want vengeance," Madame Serafina said, her face pale. "Someone wronged them, and they cannot rest until their tormentor is punished." Hey! Subscribe for more true scary stories. Emma looked at me, her eyes wide with fear. Who do they want revenge on?" she asked. Madame Serafina shook her head. That is for you to discover. The spirits are bound to this house, and so are you, until their demands are met. That night, sleep was impossible. The house felt like a living entity, its walls pulsing with malevolent energy. I sat up in bed, the journal open on my lap, searching for any clue that might reveal the spirit's tormentor. Margaret's entries were increasingly erratic, filled with paranoia and fear. She mentioned a man, someone she had trusted who had betrayed her. As the hours ticked by, I felt the house closing in on me, its whispers growing louder. I needed to know more about Margaret and her tragic end. Determined, I decided to visit the local library the next day, hoping to find records that might shed light on her story. I called Emma and told her of my plan. Be careful, she warned. The spirits are restless. They won't make this easy for you. The library was a haven of quiet and order, a stark contrast to the chaos in my home. I combed through old newspapers and town records, piecing together Margaret's life. She had been married to a man named Charles, a prominent figure in the town. But as I delved deeper, I found darker truths. Charles had been accused of horrific crimes that had driven Margaret to madness. As I copied the information, I felt a cold draft and the whispering began again, even here. Justice, it demanded. I knew then that I had to confront the past to appease the spirits. Margaret and the others wanted retribution, and I was their unwilling messenger. Returning home from the library, I felt a heavy weight of dread settle over me. The information I had uncovered about Charles painted him as a monster, a man who had abused his power and inflicted untold suffering on those around him. The more I read, the more I understood the depth of Margaret's despair and the house's dark energy. That evening, I shared my findings with Emma. Charles was a monster, I said, my voice trembling with anger and fear. He tortured and killed people. Margaret must have known, and it drove her insane. Emma nodded, her expression grim. So, the spirits want justice for what Charles did. But he's long dead. How can we give them what they want? Madame Serafina had warned that the spirits would not rest until their tormentor was punished. But how could we bring justice to someone who had been dead for over a century? The answer eluded us, and the house's oppressive atmosphere grew thicker with each passing hour. Late that night, as I lay in bed, I heard the whispers again. Justice. Revenge. They echoed through the house, relentless and accusing. I got up, following the voices to the living room. The walls seemed to pulse with an eerie light, the words "he must pay" etched in blood. Frustrated and desperate, I shouted into the darkness, "How? How can I make him pay?" The house groaned, the walls shuddering as if in response. Suddenly, a new message appeared, the letters forming slowly, almost painfully. Find his descendant. My blood ran cold. The spirits wanted retribution, not just on Charles, but on his bloodline. I called Emma, her phone ringing endlessly before she picked up, groggy and confused. "Emma, they want his descendant," I said, my voice urgent. "What? Are you serious?" she asked, disbelief evident in her tone. "Yes. We need to find someone related to Charles. They won't stop until we do." The next day, Emma and I returned to the library, diving into genealogical records and town archives. It was a tedious process, tracing the lineage of a man who had lived over a century ago. But finally, we found a lead. Charles had a brother whose descendants still lived in the area. We tracked down the family to a nearby town. They owned a small farm, isolated and seemingly unremarkable. Emma and I drove there, the tension between us palpable. As we approached the farmhouse, I felt the whispers intensify, urging me forward. A middle-aged man answered the door, his face lined with years of hard work and weathered by the sun. "Can I help you?" he asked, his tone wary. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. "My name is Julia. This is Emma. We need to talk to you about your ancestor, Charles." His expression darkened. "What about him?" "There's something you need to know," Emma said gently. "Please, can we come in?" Reluctantly, he stepped aside, allowing us into his modest home. We explained everything: the house, the messages, the spirit's demands. His skepticism was evident, but as we shared the gruesome details of Charles's crimes, his demeanor shifted from disbelief to horror. "I knew he was a bad man," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "But I didn't know it was this bad." "The spirits want justice," I said. "They want revenge on Charles's bloodline. I think you need to come back to the house with us." Fear flickered in his eyes, but he nodded. "If it will put them to rest, I'll do it." We returned to the house as night fell, the air thick with anticipation. The walls were silent, waiting. As the man stepped inside, the whispers began anew, louder and more insistent. Justice. Revenge. He stood in the living room, facing the wall where the messages had appeared. "I'm here," he said, his voice shaking. "Do what you must." The house seemed to exhale, the tension lifting slightly. The wall trembled, and a new message appeared: the bloodline must end. My heart stopped. The spirits demanded more than his presence. They wanted his life. The room was deathly silent as the gravity of the message sank in. Emma and I exchanged horrified glances, and the man, James, we had learned, stood frozen, staring at the blood-red words on the wall. The bloodline must end. The spirits weren't seeking mere retribution, they demanded a life for a life, a final sacrifice to balance the scales of justice. James's face went pale, and he stumbled back, shaking his head. "No, there must be another way," he whispered, voice breaking. Emma reached out, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "James, we can't ask you to do this," she said softly. "There has to be another solution." But deep down, I knew the spirits wouldn't rest until their demands were met. The house seemed to press in around us, the air thick with expectation. I stepped forward, trying to muster the courage to speak. "James, maybe there's a way to break the curse without you giving up your life. Perhaps we can find a way to appease the spirits." Madame Serafina's words echoed in my mind. "You must ask them what they want." I approached the wall, my heart pounding. "What can we do to end this?" I called out, my voice trembling. The house seemed to shudder in response. The walls began to bleed again, the crimson letters forming slowly, as if the spirits were straining to communicate. "A life for a life," the walls spelled out. "Only then will we rest." Tears welled in my eyes. This was their final demand, their unyielding requirement. I turned to James, guilt and sorrow churning within me. "James, maybe there's a way to fake it. To trick the spirits into thinking the bloodline has ended," I suggested desperately, grasping at straws. James shook his head, defeated. "They know. They always know," he said, voice hollow. "I can feel it. There's no escaping this." Suddenly, a chilling idea crossed my mind. What if the sacrifice didn't have to be permanent? What if there was a way to satisfy the spirits without taking an actual life? What if we simulate a death? Convince the spirits that the bloodline has ended, but save James? I proposed, looking to Emma and James for validation. Emma's eyes widened with a glimmer of hope. How? How could we possibly do that? An elaborate ruse, I said, the idea taking shape. A fake death, a staged funeral. If the spirits are satisfied with the ritual, maybe they'll leave. James looked uncertain but willing to try anything to avoid the ultimate price. What do we need to do? The plan was set into motion. We contacted Madame Serafina, explaining our desperate situation. She agreed to help, providing us with the necessary tools and guidance to carry out the deception. We staged the scene in the living room, using candles, incense, and a lifelike mannequin to represent James. Madame Serafina chanted ancient incantations, invoking the spirits and guiding them towards peace. As the ritual progressed, the house seemed to vibrate with energy, the walls thrumming with a supernatural force. I held my breath, praying our plan would work. The blood-red messages began to fade, the oppressive atmosphere lifting slightly. But then, the temperature dropped sharply, and the walls started bleeding anew. Not enough, the message screamed. A life must be taken. Desperation clawed at us. The spirits were not fooled. They demanded true blood, true sacrifice. James's face twisted in anguish as he realized the inevitable. "It's me they want," he said quietly, resolve hardening in his eyes. "If this is what it takes to end the torment, so be it." "No, James," Emma cried, tears streaming down her face. "There has to be another way." But James stepped forward, determination in his every move. "Tell my family, tell them I'm sorry," he said, his voice breaking. He stood before the wall, his fate sealed. The house seemed to pulse with approval, the whispers growing louder, more insistent. In a final, heart-wrenching moment, James collapsed to the floor, his life ebbing away. The walls absorbed the sacrifice, the blood seeping into the plaster, the house exhaling a deep, satisfied breath. The whispers ceased, the oppressive energy lifting, leaving us in a stunned silence. Emma and I stood there, numb with shock and grief. The house was still, the spirits appeased. But the price of peace was too high. The days following James's sacrifice were a blur. Emma and I struggled to come to terms with what had happened, the horror of it all weighing heavily on our hearts. The house, now silent, felt like a tomb. The walls no longer bled, and the oppressive atmosphere had lifted, but the cost had been devastating. Emma stayed with me for a few days, helping to clean up and offering much-needed support. But eventually, she had to return to her own life. Alone in the house, I felt the crushing weight of solitude and guilt. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still amiss, that the spirits had not truly been appeased. One evening, as I was sorting through James's belongings to return to his family, I found an old photograph tucked inside a book. It was a picture of James with his family, but there was something off about it. In the background, the house loomed ominously, and in the window, a shadowy figure seemed to stare out, watching us. My heart raced as I examined the photo closer. The figure was faint, but unmistakably there. I felt a chill run down my spine. Had the spirits known all along? Was there something more they wanted from us? I decided to investigate further, determined to uncover the truth. I called Emma, explaining what I had found. "I think there's more to this than we realized," I said. "There might be another spirit, someone who wasn't satisfied with James's sacrifice." Emma agreed to come over that evening, her voice tinged with worry. "Be careful, Julia. We don't know what we're dealing with." As night fell, we combed through the house again, searching for any clues we might have missed. The attic seemed the most likely place to start. We climbed the creaky steps, the air growing colder with each step. The attic was as we had left it, dusty and filled with forgotten relics. We searched through the boxes and trunks, hoping to find something that would explain the figure in the photograph. Finally, we came across an old, locked chest hidden behind a stack of crates. With some effort, we managed to pry it open. Inside, we found a collection of letters, brittle with age, written by Margaret. The letters revealed a shocking truth: Charles had not acted alone. There had been a partner, someone who had helped him commit his atrocities. The letters spoke of a pact, a promise of power and protection in exchange for their heinous deeds. The partner's name was Jonathan, and he had disappeared shortly after Margaret's death. "Jonathan," Emma whispered, her face pale. "He's the one in the photograph. He's still here, still part of this house." The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. The spirits hadn't been satisfied because the true orchestrator of their suffering had never been punished. Jonathan's spirit remained, bound to the house, feeding off the torment of those who lived here. Determined to end this once and for all, Emma and I prepared another ritual, this time to confront and banish Jonathan's spirit. We gathered the necessary items and made our way to the living room, the heart of the house's darkness. The air grew thick with tension as we set up the candles and incense, the flames flickering ominously. As we began the ritual, chanting the incantations Madame Serafina had taught us, the temperature plummeted. The house groaned, and the walls seemed to close in around us. A dark, shadowy figure materialized in the center of the room, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. "Jonathan," I called out, my voice steady despite the fear clawing at my insides. "Your reign of terror ends tonight." The figure laughed, a cold, hollow sound that echoed through the house. "You think you can banish me? I am part of this house, part of its very foundation." Emma stepped forward, her voice filled with determination. "You will never find peace until you face judgment for your crimes. Leave this place, and let the spirits of your victims rest." The figure snarled, lunging towards us. The candles flickered wildly, and the room grew darker. But we held our ground, continuing the incantation with renewed fervor. The air crackled with energy, the oppressive force of Jonathan's spirit battling against our will. Finally, with a piercing scream, the figure dissipated, the darkness lifting from the room. The house seemed to sigh, the tension draining away as the last of Jonathan's presence faded. The walls, once again, were silent. Emma and I collapsed, exhausted but triumphant. The house felt different now, lighter, as if a great weight had been lifted. The spirits, at long last, were at peace. Days passed, and the house remained eerily quiet. The oppressive energy had lifted, and for the first time since I moved in, the air felt breathable. Emma and I decided to take a break from the house, spending a weekend at her place to clear our minds and recover from the harrowing ordeal. Returning to the house on Monday, I felt a cautious optimism. The walls, once soaked with blood and anguish, now seemed merely old and worn. I went about my day, cautiously hopeful that the nightmare was behind me. Emma checked in frequently, both of us wary of any lingering threats. One evening, I decided to revisit the attic, curious to see if there was anything else we had missed. As I sifted through the remnants of lives long past, I came across an old, ornate mirror. Its surface was dusty and cracked, but something about it drew me in. I wiped it clean, revealing a reflection that seemed deeper than the glass. Suddenly, the air grew cold, and the whispers returned, faint but unmistakable. I backed away, heart pounding, as words began to form on the mirror's surface. "Beware," it spelled out, the letters stark against the fogged glass. Panic surged through me. Had we missed something? Was there another spirit still haunting the house? I called Emma, my voice shaking. "Emma, it's happening again. There's a message on the mirror in the attic." She arrived within the hour, her face pale with concern. We stared at the mirror together, the warning glaring back at us. "Beware," it repeated, as if trying to communicate something urgent. We decided to call Madame Serafina again, hoping she could shed light on this new development. Madame Serafina listened intently as we described the mirror and the message. "Mirrors are gateways," she said, her voice grave. "They can trap spirits, reflect other dimensions. It's possible you've uncovered a portal, a connection to the spirit world." The thought sent chills down my spine. "What do we do? How do we close it?" "You must confront whatever lies beyond," she instructed. "Only by facing it can you hope to seal the gateway." Armed with candles, sage, and the mirror, we set up a ritual in the attic. Madame Serafina guided us through the process, her chants filling the air with a sense of purpose and dread. As we focused on the mirror, the temperature plummeted, and the attic seemed to warp and twist around us. The surface of the mirror shimmered, and a dark shape began to emerge. It was Jonathan, or what was left of him, a twisted, grotesque form, his eyes burning with malevolent fire. "You thought you could rid yourselves of me," he hissed, his voice echoing through the attic. "But I am eternal. I am part of this house, this land." Emma and I held our ground, repeating the incantations Madame Serafina had taught us. The air crackled with energy, the mirror vibrating with a force that threatened to shatter it. Jonathan's form twisted and writhed, his screams filling the air as we fought to banish him once and for all. With a final, desperate cry, Jonathan's form shattered, the mirror splintering into 1,000 pieces. The energy dissipated, leaving us breathless and trembling. The air grew warm again, the oppressive weight lifting as the last of Jonathan's presence faded. Madame Serafina placed a hand on my shoulder, her eyes filled with a mix of relief and caution. "The gateway is closed, but the house still holds power. Be vigilant. The spirits have been appeased, but the land remembers. Emma and I nodded, understanding the gravity of her words. The house, though quieter, was still a place of dark history and lingering echoes. We had faced its horrors and survived, but we knew we could never truly escape its past. That night, as I lay in bed, I heard a faint whisper, almost a sigh. "Thank you," it said, the words soft and sincere. The spirits, at last, were at peace. But as I drifted into a restless sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that the house still had secrets to uncover and that our ordeal was far from over. Despite the newfound peace, an uneasy feeling lingered in the house. Emma and I couldn't shake the sense that something remained unresolved. Every night, I slept fitfully, plagued by dreams of shadowy figures and distant whispers. One night, the whispers grew louder, pulling me from my slumber. I sat up, heart pounding, and saw a faint glow emanating from the attic. Reluctantly, I climbed the stairs, Emma close behind. The attic was cold, the air thick with anticipation. The shattered pieces of the mirror lay where we had left them, but now, a ghostly light surrounded them. As we approached, the light intensified, casting eerie shadows on the walls. Suddenly, the fragments of the mirror began to move, assembling themselves into a new pattern. Before our eyes, the shards formed a mosaic, depicting scenes of the house's past. We watched, mesmerized, as the images revealed the full extent of Charles and Jonathan's crimes. The final scene showed Margaret, her face twisted in despair, holding something in her hands, an old, leather-bound book. Emma gasped. "The journal. There's more to it than we realized." We retrieved the journal from the attic, carefully examining the pages we had overlooked. Hidden in the back cover was a folded letter, its edges brittle with age. As I unfolded it, my hands trembled. The letter was written in Margaret's elegant script, detailing a hidden room in the house where Charles and Jonathan had conducted their darkest rituals. "Find the room," the letter urged. "Uncover the truth, and you will set us free." Determined, Emma and I searched the house, tapping on walls and floorboards, listening for hollow sounds. Finally, in the basement, we found it, a hidden door, concealed behind a bookshelf. With a deep breath, we pushed it open, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. The air grew colder as we descended, the oppressive feeling returning. At the bottom of the stairs, we found ourselves in a small, dimly lit chamber. The walls were covered in strange symbols, and in the center of the room stood an altar, stained with blood. The horror of the place was palpable, the air thick with the malevolent energy of countless dark rituals. "We need to cleanse this place," Emma said, her voice resolute. "It's the source of the house's power." We set to work, using the tools and incantations Madame Serafina had provided. As we chanted, the room seemed to come alive, the symbols glowing with an eerie light. The ground shook, and a low, guttural growl emanated from the shadows. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness, its form shifting and twisted. It was a manifestation of the house's darkest energies, a culmination of the evil that had taken place within its walls. "You cannot destroy me," it hissed, its voice a cacophony of tormented souls. "I am eternal." We continued the incantation, our voices growing louder, more insistent. The figure writhed, its form flickering like a dying flame. "Begone!" Emma shouted, her voice filled with authority. "You have no power here." With a final, piercing scream, the figure disintegrated, the room flooding with light. The oppressive energy dissipated, replaced by a sense of profound peace. The symbols on the walls faded, and the air grew warm. We had done it. We had cleansed the house. Exhausted but relieved, we climbed back up the stairs, leaving the hidden chamber behind. As we emerged into the light of day, the house seemed transformed, its oppressive weight lifted. The walls were silent, the air fresh and clean. We stood in the living room, absorbing the quiet. The spirits, at long last, were free. The house, once a place of darkness and despair, now felt like a true home. As Emma prepared to leave, she turned to me, a smile on her face. "We did it, Julia. We finally did it. I nodded, feeling a sense of closure and relief. "Thank you, Emma. I couldn't have done this without you." As she drove away, I stood on the porch, watching the sun set over the horizon. The house was quiet, at peace. But as I turned to go inside, I caught a glimpse of something in the corner of my eye, a faint, ghostly figure watching from the window, a sad smile on its face. Margaret. Her spirit, at last, was free. The house was still and silent, and for the first time, I felt truly at peace. But as I closed the door behind me, I couldn't shake the feeling that some stories never truly end, and that the echoes of the past would always remain. Hey! Subscribe for more true scary stories. Story 2. The Mirror World. When I first noticed my reflection was missing from the mirror, I was sure it was a trick of the light. The early morning fog hung low in the air, casting strange shadows across the bathroom. I rubbed my eyes, blinked hard, and leaned closer to the mirror. The reflection didn't return. Instead, a swirling vortex of darkness began to form where my image should have been. It was as if the mirror itself was becoming a black hole, sucking in all the light around it. "Anna, are you all right in there?" called out my roommate, Jenna, from the kitchen. Her voice, usually so steady, sounded distant and distorted, like it was coming from underwater. "Yeah, just something weird with the mirror," I replied, my voice trembling. I could barely tear my gaze away from the abyss forming in front of me. The vortex seemed to pulse, almost alive, as if it was watching me just as intently as I was watching it. Jenna's footsteps approached, and she appeared in the doorway, her brow furrowed with concern. "What do you mean, weird?" "Look," I said, stepping aside to give her a clear view. But as soon as she came into sight, the vortex vanished, replaced by my normal reflection. I looked perfectly ordinary, albeit a bit pale and wide-eyed. Jenna frowned. "I don't see anything strange. Maybe you're just tired. We did stay up pretty late last night." I wanted to argue, to insist that something was horribly wrong, but Jenna's rationality made me doubt my own senses. Maybe she was right. Maybe I was just exhausted. "Yeah, you're probably right," I conceded, forcing a smile. Throughout the day, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every reflective surface seemed to hold a hint of that swirling darkness, and I avoided mirrors as much as possible. By nightfall, my nerves were frayed. Jenna tried to cheer me up with a movie, but I could barely focus. My mind kept drifting back to the morning's eerie encounter. As I prepared for bed, I hesitated outside the bathroom door. The thought of facing the mirror again filled me with dread, but I had to know if it was still there. Slowly, I opened the door and stepped inside. The mirror hung innocently on the wall, reflecting only the dim light of the single bulb overhead. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to look. My reflection stared back at me, looking just as tired and worn as I felt. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. As I turned to leave, I caught a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye. The vortex had returned, and this time, it was bigger, more intense. I reached out, as if to touch it, driven by a mix of fear and curiosity. The instant my fingers brushed the surface of the glass, a cold, clammy hand shot out from the darkness, grabbing hold of mine with a grip like iron. I screamed, trying to pull away, but the hand's strength was overwhelming. It began to pull me into the mirror, into the swirling depths of the vortex. The last thing I heard before everything went black was Jenna's voice, muffled and panicked, calling my name from somewhere far away. When I opened my eyes, I found myself lying on cold, damp ground. The air was thick with an oppressive darkness, and the only sound was the distant, echoing drip of water. I pushed myself up, my body trembling, and tried to make sense of my surroundings. This was not my bathroom. It wasn't anywhere I recognized. The space around me was vast and cavernous, with walls that seemed to shift and shimmer like liquid shadows. A faint, eerie glow emanated from the ground, casting long, twisting shadows that played tricks on my mind. I shivered, wrapping my arms around myself for warmth and comfort. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing strangely in the cavern. There was no answer, only the sound of my own breathing and the distant drip, drip, drip of water. Panic began to rise in my chest as I realized I was utterly alone in this strange, nightmarish place. As I wandered through the darkness, I saw glimpses of movement in the shadows. Shapes flitted just out of sight, whispering unintelligible words that sent shivers down my spine. I couldn't tell if they were real or just figments of my imagination, but either way, they made my skin crawl. Suddenly, a figure stepped out of the darkness ahead of me. It was a woman, tall and thin, with long, tangled hair and eyes that seemed to glow with an unnatural light. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and her lips were twisted into a sinister smile. "Who are you?" I demanded, trying to sound braver than I felt. The woman tilted her head, studying me with those eerie, glowing eyes. "I am Lilith," she said, her voice a soft, haunting whisper. "And you, Anna, have crossed into my realm." "Your realm?" I echoed, confusion and fear warring within me. "Where am I? How did I get here?" "You are in the mirror realm," Lilith replied, her smile widening. "A place between worlds, where reflections come to life and shadows hold secrets. You were brought here by the vortex, just as many others have been before you." I took a step back, my mind racing. "I don't belong here. I need to get back. Please, help me." Lilith's smile faded, and she looked at me with something that almost resembled pity. "Escape is not easy, Anna. The vortex holds you fast, and the shadows do not let go of their prey so easily. But there may be a way. Follow me." With that, she turned and began to walk deeper into the darkness. I hesitated for a moment, but the thought of staying alone in this terrifying place was even worse than following a strange, ghostly woman. I hurried after her, my footsteps echoing softly on the damp ground. As we walked, Lilith told me more about the mirror realm. It was a place where the barriers between reality and imagination blurred, where fears and desires took on physical forms. The vortex was a portal, drawing people in from the real world and trapping them here. Some had been here for centuries, lost in the shadows, their minds twisted by the darkness. We finally reached a large, ornate door set into the cavern wall. It was covered in strange, intricate symbols that seemed to writhe and pulse with a life of their own. "This door leads to the heart of the mirror realm," Lilith said, her voice low and serious. "If you can face the shadows within, you might find a way back to your world. But be warned, the path is perilous, and the shadows will test you in ways you cannot imagine." I nodded, my heart pounding. I had no choice. I had to find a way back, no matter the cost. I reached out, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. The door creaked open, revealing a long, narrow hallway that seemed to stretch into infinity. Shadows danced on the walls, shifting and twisting as if they were alive. Lilith stepped back, her glowing eyes fixed on me. "Remember, Anna," she said, her voice a haunting whisper, "the shadows will test you. Only by facing them can you hope to return." With a final nod, I stepped through the doorway. As soon as I crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind me, and I was plunged into darkness. I felt an icy chill run down my spine as the shadows closed in around me, whispering secrets and fears in a language I couldn't understand. I took a deep breath and started walking. The ground beneath my feet was uneven, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. As I moved forward, I could feel the shadows pressing in on me, their whispers growing louder and more insistent. My heart pounded in my chest, but I forced myself to keep going. After what felt like an eternity, I saw a faint light up ahead. I quickened my pace, desperate for any sign of hope. The light grew brighter, and I found myself standing in a small, circular room. In the center of the room was a pedestal, and on the pedestal sat an ornate, ancient-looking mirror. As I approached the mirror, I could see my reflection staring back at me. But something was wrong. My reflection's eyes were wide with fear, and its mouth moved silently, as if trying to warn me of something. I reached out to touch the mirror, and the surface rippled like water. "Anna," a voice whispered from behind me. I spun around, but there was no one there. The shadows had grown thicker, their whispers more urgent. "Anna, don't trust the mirror." I turned back to the mirror, my heart racing. My reflection was still there, but now it seemed to be struggling against the glass, as if trying to break free. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice trembling. The reflection's eyes locked onto mine, and I felt a sudden surge of fear. "Help me," it mouthed silently. "Please, help me." I didn't know what to do. The shadows were closing in, their whispers filling my mind with doubt and confusion. But something inside me told me I had to trust my reflection. I reached out again, this time pressing my palm firmly against the glass. The mirror shattered with a deafening crash, and I was thrown backward. When I looked up, the room had changed. The shadows were gone, replaced by a blinding light. In the center of the room stood a figure, tall and imposing, with eyes that glowed like embers. "Who are you?" I demanded, trying to sound braver than I felt. The figure stepped forward, its gaze piercing through me. "I am the keeper of the shadows," it said, its voice a deep, resonant echo. "You have broken the first seal, but there are many more to face. Each will test you in ways you cannot imagine." I struggled to my feet, my mind reeling. "I just want to go home," I said, my voice cracking with desperation. The keeper's eyes softened slightly. "To return to your world, you must pass all the tests and face the final shadow. Only then will the vortex release its hold on you." With those words, the light began to fade, and the shadows crept back in. The keeper vanished, leaving me alone once more. But now, I had a glimmer of hope. I knew what I had to do. I took a deep breath and steeled myself for the trials ahead. The blinding light faded completely, plunging me back into the oppressive darkness. My eyes strained to adjust, and I took a hesitant step forward. The cold, damp ground beneath my feet seemed to pulse with a faint, eerie rhythm, as if the very earth was alive. The keeper's words echoed in my mind, each test would push me to my limits. As I continued down the narrow hallway, a soft, almost soothing glow began to emanate from ahead. I followed the light, my heart pounding, until I reached another doorway. The door was marked with strange, glowing runes that seemed to shift and change before my eyes. I took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and stepped through. I found myself in a dimly lit room filled with tall, twisted trees whose branches reached out like skeletal fingers. The air was thick with the scent of decay and damp earth. In the center of the room stood a tall, imposing figure cloaked in shadows. Its eyes, glowing with an unnatural light, fixed on me as I entered. "Welcome, Anna," the figure intoned, its voice echoing through the trees. "I am the guardian of the first test. To proceed, you must confront your deepest fear." My heart raced as the guardian's words sank in. My deepest fear? How could I face something so abstract, so personal? I took a tentative step forward, and the shadows around the guardian seemed to ripple and twist, forming a dark, swirling vortex. "Step into the vortex," the guardian commanded. "Only by confronting your fear can you hope to pass this test." I swallowed hard, my mouth dry, and forced myself to move closer. The vortex seemed to pulse with an eerie energy, and as I reached out to touch it, I felt a chill run down my spine. I hesitated, fear gripping me, but I knew I had no choice. I had to face whatever awaited me within. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the vortex. The world around me dissolved into darkness, and I felt myself falling, spinning, lost in a void of shadows. When I finally stopped, I found myself standing in a familiar place, my childhood home. The house was exactly as I remembered it, but something was off. The air was thick with tension, and every corner seemed to hide a lurking presence. I walked through the halls, my footsteps echoing softly, until I reached my old bedroom. The door creaked open, and I stepped inside. Sitting on the bed was a figure I knew all too well, my younger self. She looked up at me, her eyes wide with fear, clutching a worn teddy bear to her chest. "Why did you leave me?" she whispered, her voice trembling. The question hit me like a punch to the gut. Memories of my childhood flooded back, memories I had tried so hard to bury. The fear and loneliness, the nights spent crying myself to sleep. I had run away from it all, tried to forget, but now it was staring me in the face. "I'm sorry," I said, my voice choked with emotion. "I didn't know how to help you." I was scared too. My younger self's eyes filled with tears, and she shook her head. "You abandoned me. You left me to face the darkness alone." Tears streamed down my face as I knelt beside her, taking her small, trembling hand in mine. "I'm here now," I whispered. "I won't leave you again. We'll face the darkness together." As I spoke those words, the room began to shift and change. The oppressive darkness lifted, replaced by a soft, warm light. My younger self smiled, and the shadows that had haunted us both began to fade. The vortex reappeared, but this time it was different. It glowed with a soft, welcoming light. "You have passed the first test," the guardian's voice echoed through the room. "Remember this strength, Anna. You will need it for the trials ahead." With a final, reassuring glance at my younger self, I stepped back into the vortex, ready to face whatever awaited me next. Emerging from the vortex, I found myself in a labyrinth of mirrors, each reflecting twisted, distorted images of myself. The mirrors stretched infinitely in all directions, creating a dizzying maze of reflections. The air was thick with an eerie silence, broken only by the faint sound of my footsteps echoing off the glass surfaces. I glanced around, trying to get my bearings, but every direction looked the same. "Anna," a voice called, soft and distant, yet unmistakable. It was my mother's voice. "Anna, where are you?" My heart ached at the sound. My mother had died when I was young, leaving me with only fragmented memories of her. I followed the voice, my eyes scanning the mirrors for any sign of her. The reflections seemed to shift and change as I moved, creating a disorienting, nightmarish landscape. As I turned a corner, I saw her. My mother stood in the center of a clearing, her image reflected in countless mirrors. She looked exactly as I remembered her, with her warm smile and kind eyes. "Mom?" I called out, my voice trembling. "Anna, you must find me," she said, her voice echoing through the labyrinth. "Only then can you move forward." I reached out to touch her reflection, but my hand passed through the glass. Frustrated, I began to navigate the maze, trying to reach her. The mirrors seemed to close in around me, warping and distorting my path. I stumbled, my mind reeling from the shifting reflections. As I continued, the reflections began to change. They no longer showed just my mother, they depicted scenes from my past, moments I had tried to forget. I saw myself as a child, crying alone in my room after my mother's death. I saw my teenage self, angry and rebellious, pushing everyone away. Each reflection was a painful reminder of the struggles I had faced, the loneliness and fear that had shaped me. "Anna, don't give up," my mother's voice urged. "You're stronger than you think." I pressed on, determined to find her. The maze seemed to stretch on forever, but I refused to be defeated. I confronted each painful memory, letting the emotions wash over me without turning away. The mirrors reflected not just my pain, but also my resilience, my determination to keep going despite everything. Finally, I reached the center of the maze. My mother stood there, waiting for me. She smiled, her eyes filled with pride. "You did it, Anna," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "You faced your past and found your strength." Tears filled my eyes as I stepped forward, reaching out to touch her hand. This time, it didn't pass through the glass. I felt her warmth, her reassurance. "I miss you, Mom," I whispered, my voice choked with emotion. "I'm always with you, Anna," she replied, her image beginning to fade. "Remember that. No matter what, you are never alone." As her reflection disappeared, the mirrors around me began to shatter, the glass falling away to reveal a new path. I took a deep breath and stepped forward, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. The next test awaited me, but I knew I could face it. The path led me to another door, marked with the same glowing runes as before. I pushed it open, ready for whatever lay beyond. The room I entered was dark and silent, but I could feel the presence of something powerful, something ancient. "You have passed the second test," the keeper's voice echoed around me. But the journey is far from over. Each step brings you closer to the final shadow. Prepare yourself, Anna, for the true test is yet to come. With those words, the darkness around me began to shift and change, forming a new landscape. I steeled myself, ready to face whatever awaited me next. The keeper's warnings echoed in my mind, but I felt a newfound strength within me. I was ready to face the shadows and find my way home. The darkness lifted, revealing a desolate, eerie village shrouded in mist. The air was cold and still, and the only sound was the faint rustling of leaves in the wind. The buildings were old and decrepit, their windows dark and empty. It felt as if time had forgotten this place, leaving it frozen in a perpetual state of decay. A sense of unease settled over me as I stepped forward, the ground crunching beneath my feet. Anna, the keeper's voice resonated in the stillness. This is the village of the lost. Here, you will face the third test. Find the light that guides you, and the path will be revealed. I glanced around, searching for any sign of life, but the village seemed abandoned. Shadows flitted in the corners of my vision, but when I turned to look, there was nothing there. The silence was oppressive, pressing in on me from all sides. I took a deep breath and started down the main street, my eyes scanning the buildings for any hint of the light I needed to find. As I walked, I felt eyes on me, watching from the shadows. The sensation was unnerving, making my skin crawl. I quickened my pace, desperate to find the light and escape this haunting place. The mist thickened, obscuring my vision, and I stumbled over the uneven ground. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice echoing through the empty streets. There was no answer, just the hollow silence. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized I was not alone. Shadows moved closer, their forms indistinct and menacing. I turned a corner and found myself in front of an old church. Its steeple loomed overhead, casting a long shadow across the ground. The doors were ajar, and a faint, flickering light spilled out from within. Hope surged within me as I approached, pushing the heavy doors open and stepping inside. The interior of the church was dark and cold, the air thick with the scent of mold and decay. Candles flickered on the altar, casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. I walked down the aisle, my footsteps echoing in the stillness. As I reached the altar, I saw a figure kneeling before it, their head bowed in prayer. "Hello?" I called out softly. The figure didn't move, didn't acknowledge my presence. I took a step closer, my heart pounding. "Excuse me, are you?" The figure turned, and I gasped. It was a young girl, no older than 10, with pale skin and hollow eyes. She stared at me with a haunting intensity, her expression blank. "You shouldn't be here," she whispered, her voice echoing eerily in the empty church. "I'm looking for the light," I said, my voice trembling. "Can you help me?" The girl shook her head, her eyes never leaving mine. "The light is hidden. Only the brave can find it. You must face the darkness within yourself to see it." Her words sent a shiver down my spine. I looked around the church, trying to find any clue, any sign of the light. The shadows seemed to grow darker, closing in around me. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, focusing on the fear and doubt that gnawed at my soul. I remembered the pain of my past, the loneliness and grief that had shaped me. I let those emotions wash over me, embracing them instead of running away. As I did, a warm, comforting light began to glow within me, pushing back the darkness. I opened my eyes, and the church was transformed. The shadows had receded, and the light within me illuminated the space. The girl smiled, her hollow eyes now filled with warmth. "You found it," she said softly. "The light was within you all along." The church doors swung open, revealing a new path bathed in light. I stepped forward, the girl's smile fading as the darkness returned. "Remember, Anna," she called after me, "the light will guide you, but the shadows will always follow." I nodded, a sense of determination filling me. I walked through the doors and into the light, ready for the next test. The keeper's voice echoed in my mind, a reminder of the challenges that still lay ahead. But I felt stronger now, more certain of my path. The light from the church led me into a dense, silent forest. The trees were tall and ancient, their branches entwined like skeletal fingers reaching towards the sky. The air was heavy with the scent of pine and earth, and the only sound was the soft crunch of leaves beneath my feet. As I ventured deeper into the forest, a sense of unease settled over me, the shadows between the trees seeming to pulse with hidden life. "You are nearing the heart of the mirror realm," the keeper's voice echoed in my mind. "Here, the past and present converge. To pass the fourth test, you must confront the echoes of your past." I walked cautiously, my eyes scanning the forest for any sign of danger. The path twisted and turned, leading me deeper into the shadows. I could feel the weight of the past pressing down on me, memories flickering at the edge of my consciousness. I had faced my fears and my childhood pain, but now I had to confront something deeper, something I had tried to forget. As I continued, the forest began to change. The trees became gnarled and twisted, their branches forming grotesque shapes that seemed to reach out for me. The air grew colder, and a thick fog rolled in, obscuring my path. I stumbled over roots and rocks, my heart pounding with a growing sense of dread. Through the fog, I saw a figure standing among the trees. It was a man, tall and broad-shouldered, with a face I knew all too well. "Dad?" I whispered, my voice shaking. The figure turned, and my breath caught in my throat. It was my father, looking just as he had before he died. "Anna," he said, his voice filled with sorrow. "Why did you leave us?" Tears welled up in my eyes as I stepped closer. "Dad, I didn't leave. You were gone. I didn't know what to do." His expression softened, but the pain in his eyes remained. "We needed you, Anna. Your mother and I, we were always there for you. Why did you run away?" The guilt and grief I had buried for so long surged to the surface. "I was scared," I admitted, my voice breaking. "I couldn't handle losing you. It felt like my whole world was falling apart." He reached out, his hand passing through the fog to rest on my shoulder. "You can't keep running from the past, Anna. You have to face it. Only then can you move forward." I nodded, tears streaming down my face. "I'm sorry, Dad. I miss you so much." He smiled, a bittersweet expression. "I know, sweetheart. But you have to let go. It's the only way you'll find peace." The fog around us began to lift, and the forest transformed. The twisted trees straightened, their branches no longer menacing. The air grew warmer, and the path ahead became clear. My father's image began to fade, but his words stayed with me. "Goodbye, Anna," he said softly. "Remember, we're always with you." I watched as his figure dissolved into the mist, leaving me alone once more. The forest was peaceful now, the shadows receding as I continued forward. I felt a sense of closure, a weight lifting from my shoulders. I had faced the pain of my past, and though it still hurt, I knew I could move on. The path led me to a clearing where a small, clear pool of water lay. I knelt beside it, gazing into its depths. My reflection stared back at me, but this time, it looked different. Stronger. More determined. I had come so far, and though the journey was far from over, I felt ready for whatever lay ahead. As I stood, the keeper's voice echoed once more. "You have passed the fourth test, Anna. The final trials await. Each step brings you closer to the heart of the mirror realm. Be strong, and remember the light within you." With renewed resolve, I continued down the path, ready to face the final challenges. The forest around me seemed to whisper encouragement, the shadows no longer frightening but familiar. I had faced my past and found strength in my memories. Now, I had to use that strength to find my way home. The path through the forest led me to a vast, open field under a dark, starless sky. The air was still, and the ground beneath my feet was cold and hard. In the distance, I saw a towering figure standing alone, its silhouette stark against the horizon. As I approached, I felt a sense of foreboding, knowing this was the next challenge I had to face. The figure turned to face me, revealing itself to be a tall, armored knight. Its armor was dark and weathered, and its eyes glowed with an intense, fiery light. In its hand, it held a massive sword that seemed to hum with a strange energy. "I am the guardian of truth," the knight said, its voice echoing with a deep, resonant power. "To pass this test, you must face the truth within yourself. Only then can you move forward." I took a deep breath, my heart pounding. "What truth?" I asked, my voice trembling. "What do I need to face?" The knight raised its sword, pointing it at me. "The truth you hide from the world. The truth you hide from yourself. Step forward and confront it, or be forever lost in the shadows." With those words, the ground beneath me began to tremble, and a dark, swirling vortex appeared at my feet. I felt a cold wind whip around me, pulling at my clothes and hair. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and stepped into the vortex. I found myself standing in a dark, featureless void. The air was thick with an oppressive silence, and I felt a chill run down my spine. Suddenly, images began to flicker around me, scenes from my life playing out in rapid succession. Moments of pain, fear, and regret flashed before my eyes, each one more intense than the last. I saw myself pushing away friends and family, isolating myself in my grief. I saw the moments of weakness and doubt that I had tried to bury, the times I had failed and given up. Each image was a painful reminder of the truths I had been running from. As the images faded, a figure stepped forward from the darkness. It was me, but not the me I knew. This version of myself was cold and distant, with eyes that burned with anger and resentment. "You can't hide from me," she said, her voice filled with bitterness. "I am the truth you refuse to face." I took a step back, fear gripping my heart. "I'm not like you," I said, my voice shaking. "I've changed. I've faced my fears and my past." The figure laughed, a harsh, grating sound. "You think that's enough? You think you can just walk away from your mistakes, your failures? You're weak, Anna. You've always been weak." The words cut deep, but I forced myself to stand tall. "I know I've made mistakes," I said, my voice growing steadier. "I know I've been weak. But I'm trying to be better. I'm trying to face the truth." The figure's eyes narrowed, and she stepped closer. "Then prove it," she said, her voice a low growl. "Face me. Face the truth, and see if you're strong enough to overcome it." I took a deep breath and nodded. "I will," I said, determination filling me. "I'll face you, and I'll prove that I'm stronger than you think." The figure lunged at me, and I braced myself for the impact. But instead of striking me, she vanished, leaving me alone in the darkness. The void around me began to dissolve, and I found myself back in the field, the knight standing before me. "You have faced the truth within yourself," the guardian of truth said, lowering its sword. "You have proven your strength. The final test awaits." As the knight stepped aside, a new path opened up before me, leading to a towering castle shrouded in mist. I felt a mixture of fear and determination as I stepped forward, knowing that the final test would be the hardest yet. The castle loomed closer, its dark spires reaching towards the sky. I could feel the weight of the shadows pressing in on me, but I knew I had to keep going. The light within me flickered, but it was still there, guiding me forward. With each step, I felt the final challenge drawing nearer. I knew that whatever awaited me in the castle would push me to my limits, but I was ready. I had faced my past, my fears, and the truth within myself. Now, I had to face the heart of the mirror realm and find my way home. The towering castle loomed ahead, its dark spires vanishing into the misty sky. Each step I took felt heavier, the weight of the shadows pressing down on me. The light within me flickered like a fragile flame, but it was the only thing keeping the darkness at bay. As I approached the massive iron gates, they creaked open, revealing a grand, empty hall shrouded in darkness. Stepping inside, I was struck by the eerie silence that filled the space. The hall was vast, with high ceilings and walls lined with ancient, cracked mirrors. Their surfaces reflected distorted images of myself, twisted and grotesque. In the center of the hall stood a figure cloaked in shadows, its eyes glowing with an intense, malevolent light. "Welcome, Anna," the figure intoned, its voice a chilling whisper that echoed through the hall. I am the Master of Shadows, the heart of the mirror realm. You have come far, but your journey ends here. I took a deep breath, summoning all my courage. I've faced my fears, my past, and the truth within myself, I said, my voice steady. I won't be trapped here. I will find my way home. The Master of Shadows laughed, a cold, hollow sound that sent shivers down my spine. You think you can escape? It sneered. The mirror realm holds those who enter it. You cannot leave unless you defeat me. With those words, the hall began to change. The mirrors cracked and shattered, their pieces floating in the air and forming a swirling vortex around us. The shadows grew thicker, coalescing into dark, writhing forms that encircled me. I felt a chill run down my spine as the Master of Shadows stepped closer, its presence overwhelming. Face me, Anna, it challenged. Show me the strength you claim to possess. I closed my eyes, feeling the light within me. It was weak, flickering, but it was still there. I took a deep breath and opened my eyes, meeting the Master of Shadows' gaze. I will, I said, determination filling my voice. I'll prove that I'm stronger than you think. With a roar, the Master of Shadows lunged at me, its form shifting and twisting. I braced myself, raising my hands to defend against the onslaught. As the shadows closed in, I felt the light within me surge, pushing back against the darkness. I focused on the memories of my journey, the strength I had found in facing my fears and my past. The light grew brighter, illuminating the hall and driving the shadows back. The Master of Shadows recoiled, its form flickering and weakening. No, it hissed, its voice filled with rage. You cannot defeat me. But I could feel the power within me growing, the light pushing back the darkness. I stepped forward, my eyes locked on the Master of Shadows. I can, I said, my voice unwavering. I will. With a final, desperate scream, the Master of Shadows lunged at me. I raised my hands, channeling all the light within me. The two forces collided, and the hall was filled with a blinding, brilliant light. The shadows screamed and writhed, but they could not withstand the power of the light. When the light finally faded, I found myself standing alone in the hall. The mirrors were shattered, the shadows gone. The Master of Shadows was nowhere to be seen. I took a deep breath, feeling a sense of peace and clarity. I had done it. I had faced the heart of the mirror realm and emerged victorious. A doorway appeared at the far end of the hall, glowing with a soft, welcoming light. I walked towards it, my steps light and confident. As I crossed the threshold, I felt a sense of release, as if a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. The light enveloped me, and I felt myself being pulled back, away from the mirror realm. When I opened my eyes, I found myself back in my bathroom, standing before the mirror. My reflection stared back at me, whole and unbroken. The vortex was gone, replaced by the familiar, comforting image of myself. I took a deep breath, relief flooding through me. Anna? Jenna's voice called from the other side of the door. Are you okay in there? I smiled, feeling a newfound strength and confidence. Yeah, I'm okay, I replied, my voice steady. I'm more than okay. As I stepped out of the bathroom, I knew that I had changed. The journey through the mirror realm had tested me in ways I could never have imagined, but I had emerged stronger, more resilient. I was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, knowing that I had the strength within me to overcome them. The vortex in the mirror was gone, but the lessons I had learned remained. I had faced my fears, my past, and the truth within myself. And in doing so, I had found the light that would guide me through the darkest of times. Hey! Subscribe for more true scary stories. Story 3. Hollow-eyed portraits. The day I stumbled upon the old photograph album in the attic was a day I would never forget. I had been rummaging through dusty boxes and forgotten relics of my family's past, searching for a clue to my ancestry. The attic was a cavernous space, filled with cobwebs and the scent of aged wood, the perfect setting for hidden secrets. My grandmother had recently passed away, and as the only remaining family member, the task of sorting through her belongings fell to me. The album was nestled beneath a pile of yellowed newspapers and old clothes, its leather cover cracked and worn. I pulled it out carefully, wiping away the dust to reveal a gold-embossed title, Memories of Yesteryear. My curiosity piqued. I opened it, expecting to see familiar faces from family gatherings long past. Instead, I was met with the eerie gaze of strangers. Each photograph was black and white, the edges frayed, and the people in them posed stiffly as was common in the early 20th century. But there was something unsettling about their faces. Their eyes were hollow, empty voids that seemed to pierce through the veil of time and stare directly into my soul. I shivered, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the drafty attic. The first photograph was of a young couple, standing in front of an old farmhouse. Their expressions were blank, but their eyes, those hollow eyes, seemed almost to follow me as I turned the page. I continued flipping through the album, each new face more disturbing than the last. Children playing, families gathered for dinner, all with the same vacant, haunting gaze. As I reached the middle of the album, I began to notice something even more peculiar. The backgrounds in the photographs looked strikingly familiar. One image showed a garden remarkably similar to the one behind my grandmother's house. Another depicted a living room that bore an uncanny resemblance to the one downstairs. The realization hit me like a sledgehammer. These photos were taken in my grandmother's home. My heart pounded in my chest as I turned another page. There, staring back at me, was a photograph of a young girl sitting on a swing. The swing was still in the backyard, rusted and unused for decades. The girl's hollow eyes seemed to bore into me, and I could almost hear a faint whisper in the back of my mind. "Find me." I closed the album abruptly, my hands trembling. What were these photographs doing in my grandmother's attic? Who were these people, and why did they all have those terrifying hollow eyes? I needed answers, but I wasn't sure where to start. The only clue I had was the album itself and the whisper that still echoed in my mind. Determined to uncover the truth, I took the album downstairs and began my research. I pored over old family records, hoping to find some mention of the people in the photographs. Hours turned into days, and just when I was about to give up, I found a letter hidden in the back of an old Bible. The letter, dated 1923, was addressed to my grandmother from a woman named Eliza, who spoke of a terrible tragedy that had befallen her family and warned my grandmother to keep the album hidden, never to be opened. My blood ran cold as I realized the gravity of what I had done. The album was never meant to be found, let alone opened. As I reread Eliza's letter, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had awakened something sinister. The hollow-eyed faces seemed to watch me from the album, their empty gazes filled with silent accusations. Hey! Subscribe for more scary stories. The days that followed my discovery were filled with an unshakable sense of dread. The atmosphere in the house had changed, the shadows seemed darker, the air heavier. I felt like I was being watched constantly, though I was alone. I couldn't bring myself to go back into the attic. The photograph album stayed on the dining table, a silent reminder of the unknown horror I had unearthed. One evening, as I sat in the dimly lit living room, I heard a faint rustling sound. It was coming from the dining room. My heart pounded as I approached the table where the album lay. The sound grew louder, more distinct, like whispers. I reached out with a trembling hand and opened the album again, hoping to find some explanation, some clue. The pages flipped by themselves, stopping at the photograph of the young girl on the swing. Her hollow eyes seemed to be staring right at me, more intently than before. The whispers grew louder, filling the room with an unintelligible murmur. I felt a cold breeze brush past me, though all the windows were closed. The girl's lips seemed to move, forming the words, "Find me." Panicking, I slammed the album shut and backed away, knocking over a chair in the process. The whispers ceased instantly, leaving the room in an oppressive silence. My rational mind told me to throw the album away, to burn it and be done with it. But a deeper part of me, a part driven by curiosity and perhaps a sense of duty, knew I had to uncover the truth. The next morning, I decided to visit the local historical society, hoping to find more information about Eliza and her tragic past. The old building was musty and cluttered with archives, but the librarian, Mrs. Higgins, was eager to help. She led me to the records room, where we sifted through old newspapers and documents. It didn't take long to find references to Eliza's family. They had indeed lived in my grandmother's house, and the tragedy mentioned in the letter was well documented. In 1923, Eliza's daughter, Margaret, had disappeared without a trace. The townsfolk had searched for weeks but found no sign of her. Rumors of foul play and supernatural involvement had spread, but no one had ever solved the mystery. Armed with this new information, I returned home, more determined than ever to get to the bottom of the mystery. That night, I dreamed of Margaret. In my dream, she was swinging in the garden, her hollow eyes fixed on me. She whispered, "Find me," over and over, until I woke up in a cold sweat. The next morning, I decided to search the garden. The swing was still there, creaking softly in the wind. I inspected the ground around it, looking for anything unusual. At first, I found nothing but dirt and old roots. But then, I noticed a small, weathered stone partially buried in the ground. I dug around it, revealing a gravestone with Margaret's name on it. My heart raced as I realized the implications. Margaret hadn't disappeared, she had been buried in the garden, her death concealed for reasons I couldn't fathom. As I stood there, the whispers returned, louder and more insistent. "Find me," they urged. I knew I couldn't stop now. There was something Margaret wanted me to find, some truth that had been hidden for nearly a century. I had to keep going, no matter how terrifying the journey would be. The hollow-eyed faces in the album seemed to follow me wherever I went, their silent stares a constant reminder of the dark history I was uncovering. The revelation of Margaret's grave haunted me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had only scratched the surface of a much deeper mystery. That night, sleep was elusive. The house felt more oppressive than ever, and the whispers seemed to echo from every corner. I sat in the living room, staring at the album, wondering what other secrets it held. As midnight approached, I felt a sudden drop in temperature. My breath misted in the air, and a faint, ghostly figure appeared in the doorway. It was Margaret. Her hollow eyes locked onto mine, and I felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and desperation emanating from her. She pointed towards the attic, her message clear. There was something up there that I needed to find. Gathering my courage, I grabbed a flashlight and headed to the attic. The wooden stairs creaked under my weight, and the air grew colder with each step. The attic was as I had left it, filled with old boxes and forgotten relics. I swept the flashlight beam across the room, searching for any sign of what Margaret wanted me to find. In the far corner, partially hidden behind a stack of boxes, I noticed a small, ornate chest. It was locked, but the keyhole seemed old and worn. I rummaged through the nearby boxes, hoping to find the key. After what felt like an eternity, I found a rusty, antique key hidden in a tin can. My hands shook as I inserted it into the lock, praying it would work. The chest creaked open, revealing a collection of letters, photographs, and a small, leather-bound diary. The letters were from Eliza, addressed to various family members, detailing her growing fear and paranoia after Margaret's disappearance. The photographs were similar to those in the album, depicting the same hollow-eyed faces. But it was the diary that truly caught my attention. I opened it carefully, the pages yellowed and brittle with age. The entries detailed Eliza's life, her love for her family, and her descent into madness after Margaret's disappearance. One entry stood out, dated a few days before Margaret vanished. Eliza wrote about strange occurrences in the house, cold spots, whispering voices, and the feeling of being watched. She believed the house was haunted and feared for her family's safety. As I read, the attic grew colder and the whispers grew louder. I felt an unseen presence surrounding me, pressing in on me. I knew I had to keep reading to understand what had happened all those years ago. The final entry was chilling. Eliza described a ritual she had performed, hoping to protect her family from the malevolent spirits she believed were tormenting them. She wrote of summoning an entity, something ancient and powerful, to bind the spirits and keep them at bay. But something had gone terribly wrong. Instead of protecting her family, Eliza had unleashed a dark force that consumed them. Margaret had been the first victim, her soul trapped in the hollow-eyed voids of the photographs. The entity thrived on fear and sorrow, feeding on the family's anguish. As I closed the diary, I felt a cold hand grip my shoulder. I spun around, but there was no one there. The whispers grew to a deafening roar, and I knew I had to leave the attic. I ran downstairs, the unseen presence following me. The album lay open on the table, the hollow-eyed faces more menacing than ever. I realized that the entity was still in the house, feeding on my fear and growing stronger. I had to find a way to break the curse, to free Margaret and the others trapped in the photographs. But I had no idea where to start. The house was a labyrinth of secrets, each more terrifying than the last. And the entity was always watching, always waiting for me to make a mistake. The weight of the discovery settled heavily on my shoulders. Margaret's grave, Eliza's diary, the cursed photographs, it all pointed to a dark ritual that had gone horribly wrong. I knew that if I didn't act soon, the entity would consume me just as it had consumed my ancestors. I needed to understand the ritual Eliza had performed and find a way to reverse it. The diary offered some clues, but it was cryptic and fragmented. I decided to seek out an expert in the occult, someone who might decipher the ancient symbols and rituals described in Eliza's writing. Dr. Evelyn Blackwell, a renowned historian and occultist, came to mind. She had written several books on supernatural phenomena and ancient rituals. It was a long shot, but I had no other options. Dr. Blackwell's office was located in an old, Gothic-style building downtown. As I stepped inside, the air was thick with the scent of old books and incense. I found her at her desk, surrounded by stacks of ancient tomes and manuscripts. She looked up, her piercing blue eyes meeting mine. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice calm and measured. I explained my situation, showing her the diary and describing the photographs with the hollow-eyed faces. She listened intently, her expression growing more serious with each detail. When I finished, she leaned back in her chair, a thoughtful look on her face. "You've stumbled upon something very old and very dangerous," she said. Eliza's ritual was a summoning, but she didn't fully understand what she was dealing with. Dr. Blackwell explained that the entity Eliza had summoned was a malevolent spirit known as a Hollow One, a being that thrived on fear and sorrow. The Hollow Ones could trap souls, using their anguish to sustain themselves. The photographs were not just images, they were prisons for the souls of Eliza's family, including Margaret. "Is there a way to free them?" I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. Dr. Blackwell nodded. "There is, but it's risky. You would need to perform a counter-ritual to banish the Hollow One and free the trapped souls. But be warned, the entity will not let go easily. It will fight to keep what it has claimed." She handed me a book of ancient rituals, marking the page with the counter-ritual I needed. The instructions were complex, involving candles, symbols, and incantations in a language I didn't recognize. Dr. Blackwell offered to help, but I knew this was something I had to face alone. The Hollow One had targeted my family, and it was my responsibility to end it. That night, I prepared for the ritual. I gathered the necessary items and set them up in the living room, the photographs and the album laid out in the center of the circle I had drawn. The air was thick with tension, and I could feel the Hollow One's presence growing stronger, as if it sensed what I was about to do. As I lit the candles and began chanting the incantation, the room grew colder, and the whispers started again, louder and more urgent. The shadows seemed to move, coalescing into a dark, menacing form. The Hollow One appeared before me, its hollow eyes burning with a malevolent glow. It lashed out, trying to break my concentration, but I kept chanting, focusing on the words and the symbols. The entity screamed, a sound that pierced my soul, but I didn't stop. I could feel the power of the ritual building, pushing back against the Hollow One's influence. The photographs began to glow, the hollow eyes of the trapped souls flickering with a faint light. The entity's form wavered, growing weaker with each passing moment. Finally, with one last surge of energy, I completed the ritual. The Hollow One let out a final, anguished scream before dissipating into the shadows. The photographs went dark, their hollow-eyed faces now peaceful and at rest. The oppressive presence lifted, and for the first time in days, I felt a sense of relief. But as I looked around the room, I realized the battle was not yet over. The house still held secrets, and the entity might not be gone for good. I had won this round, but I knew the true fight was just beginning. Despite the apparent victory, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still wrong. The house felt quieter, yes, but it wasn't the peace of resolution, it was the quiet before a storm. The shadows seemed to be lying in wait, and every creak of the old floorboards made my heart race. I knew the Hollow One might still have a grip on my family's history and my very soul. Determined to uncover more, I resumed my search through the attic, focusing on areas I had previously overlooked. My eyes fell on an old trunk, heavy and covered in dust. It was locked, but the lock was weak with age. With a strong tug, the lock broke, and I opened the trunk to reveal a treasure trove of old documents and artifacts. Among the papers, I found a family tree. It showed the lineage of my family, stretching back centuries, with Eliza's name prominently displayed. There was something odd, though. Several names were scratched out, including Margaret's. It was as if someone had tried to erase their existence. Beneath the family tree, I found a bundle of letters tied with a ribbon, each one addressed to Eliza. As I read through the letters, it became clear that Eliza had not performed the ritual alone. She had been in contact with someone named Thomas, who had guided her through the summoning process. The letters spoke of dark arts, forbidden knowledge, and a promise of power. It was Thomas who had introduced Eliza to the Hollow Ones, assuring her that they could be controlled. One letter, in particular, caught my eye. It was dated the day before Margaret's disappearance and was more frantic in tone. Thomas warned Eliza that the Hollow One was becoming restless and that the ritual needed to be completed quickly to bind it permanently. He instructed Eliza to prepare a sacrifice, a human soul, to satisfy the entity's hunger. The truth hit me like a cold wave. Eliza had intended to use Margaret as the sacrifice to bind the Hollow One. But something had gone wrong, and instead of binding the entity, Eliza had trapped her own daughter's soul, along with the souls of the others. The realization was horrifying, but it also provided a clue to the final piece of the puzzle. Margaret's spirit could only be freed if the original ritual was reversed. I spent the next few days studying the letters and the ancient ritual book, piecing together the steps to reverse the binding ritual. It was more complex than the counter ritual I had performed earlier, involving not just incantations and symbols but also a deep understanding of the entity's nature and its connection to our world. As I prepared for the final ritual, the house seemed to react. The whispers returned, more insistent than before, and the shadows grew darker and more oppressive. I could feel the Hollow One's anger, its determination to remain bound to this plane. But I was determined too. This time, I wouldn't fail. The night of the ritual, I set up everything in the living room once again, the photographs arranged in a circle around the album. I lit the candles and began the incantations, my voice steady despite the growing dread. The air grew colder, and the shadows coalesced into the form of the Hollow One, its hollow eyes burning with malevolent fury. It lashed out, trying to disrupt the ritual, but I held firm, chanting the ancient words with conviction. The photographs began to glow, the souls within flickering like dying stars. The entity howled, a sound of pure rage and despair, but I didn't waver. The power of the ritual surged, pushing back the Hollow One's dark energy. Suddenly, the shadows exploded outward, and I was thrown to the ground. When I looked up, the Hollow One was gone, and the photographs had gone dark, their hollow-eyed faces now at peace. The oppressive presence lifted, replaced by a sense of calm. It was over. Or so I thought. As I stood, catching my breath, I noticed one last photograph at the bottom of the trunk. It was a picture of Eliza, her eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and something else, something I couldn't quite place. I picked up the photograph, feeling a chill run down my spine. Had I truly banished the Hollow One, or was there another layer to this mystery? The photograph of Eliza stayed with me, her sorrowful eyes haunting my thoughts. I couldn't shake the feeling that the true horror of her story had yet to be revealed. I studied her face, looking for answers in the faded image. There was something there, a glimmer of emotion that seemed out of place amidst the horror, regret, perhaps, or guilt. Determined to find the final piece of the puzzle, I returned to Dr. Blackwell. She examined the photograph and the letters, her expression growing darker with each revelation. "Eliza's regret is evident," she said softly. "She was manipulated, but I believe there's more to this than we understand." Dr. Blackwell suggested we visit the town's historical archives, hoping to uncover any records that might shed light on Thomas's true identity and his connection to the Hollow Ones. The archives were a labyrinth of old books and records, but with Dr. Blackwell's expertise, we navigated through them efficiently. Hours turned into days, but our persistence paid off. We found a series of journals written by the town's founder, who had been an occultist himself. His writings detailed various rituals and encounters with supernatural entities, including the Hollow Ones. One entry stood out. It mentioned a disciple named Thomas who sought forbidden knowledge to gain power. The founder warned that Thomas's ambitions would lead to ruin. The journal also mentioned a ritual site located in the forest on the outskirts of town. This site had been used for centuries by those seeking to commune with dark forces. It seemed likely that this was where Eliza and Thomas had performed their rituals. Dr. Blackwell and I decided to visit the site, hoping to find clues that would help us understand and finally put an end to the Hollow One's curse. The forest was dense and foreboding, the trees casting long shadows that seemed to watch our every move. As we ventured deeper, the air grew colder, and a sense of unease settled over us. We followed the directions from the journal, eventually arriving at a clearing marked by ancient stones arranged in a circle. The stones were covered in moss and etched with symbols that matched those in Eliza's diary. In the center of the circle was a stone altar, stained with what looked like dried blood. The site felt charged with a malevolent energy, and the whispers returned, growing louder as we approached. Dr. Blackwell examined the symbols, her face growing pale. "This is it," she said. "This is where it all began." We searched the area, looking for anything that might help us. I noticed a small, metal box buried near the altar. Inside, we found another diary, this one belonging to Thomas. It was filled with his thoughts and plans, detailing his descent into darkness and his obsession with the Hollow Ones. His final entries were frantic, describing how he had lost control of the entity and how it had turned on him and Eliza. Thomas's last entry was chilling. "The Hollow One has taken Margaret. Eliza is consumed with guilt and fear. We are cursed. The only way to end this is to destroy the source of the entity's power. The altar must be cleansed, and the blood of the innocent must be redeemed." Dr. Blackwell and I realized what needed to be done. We had to cleanse the altar, perform the ritual to reverse the curse, and free the trapped souls once and for all. As we prepared for the ritual, the air grew colder, and the whispers turned into a cacophony of voices, urging us to leave. Ignoring the voices, we began the ritual. Dr. Blackwell chanted the ancient incantations while I spread salt and herbs around the altar. The shadows grew darker, and the air became oppressive. The Hollow One's presence was palpable, a malevolent force pushing back against our efforts. But we didn't stop. The stones around us seemed to vibrate, the symbols glowing faintly. The voices reached a deafening crescendo, and the Hollow One appeared, its form more menacing than ever. It lashed out, trying to disrupt the ritual, but we held firm. The power of the ritual built, pushing back the entity's dark energy. With a final, powerful incantation, Dr. Blackwell completed the ritual. The Hollow One screamed, a sound of pure rage and despair, before it dissolved into the shadows. The oppressive presence lifted, replaced by a sense of calm and relief. The curse was broken. As we stood in the clearing, catching our breath, I felt a strange sense of peace. The souls trapped in the photographs were free, and the Hollow One was banished. But as we made our way back to the house, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching us, waiting for the right moment to strike. Returning home from the forest, I felt a mixture of relief and unease. The oppressive atmosphere had lifted, but the house still held an air of tension, as if it were holding its breath. The photographs lay on the table, their hollow-eyed faces now peaceful. I hoped the souls were finally at rest, but there was one last task I needed to undertake. Dr. Blackwell suggested we destroy the album, the final step to ensure the Hollow One could never return. I agreed, but something held me back, a nagging feeling that I had overlooked a crucial detail. I decided to go through the photographs one last time, looking for any clues or messages that might help us understand the full scope of the entity's power. As I examined each photograph, a sense of familiarity washed over me. These were not just random faces, they were connected to my family in ways I couldn't fully comprehend. Each person had played a role in the dark history that had led to the creation of the Hollow One. I realized I needed to understand their stories, to give them the closure they deserved. The next morning, I called Dr. Blackwell and told her about my plan to research the people in the photographs. She agreed it was a good idea, as understanding their stories might reveal any lingering connections to the Hollow One. We divided the task, each taking a few photographs to investigate. The first photograph I looked into was of a man named Henry, whose hollow-eyed face was filled with sorrow. I discovered that Henry was Eliza's brother, who had disappeared shortly after Margaret's death. His letters revealed he had been tormented by the same whispers and shadows, ultimately taking his own life to escape the entity's grasp. Next was a photograph of a woman named Clara, who turned out to be Eliza's closest friend. Clara had tried to help Eliza during her darkest days, but she too fell victim to the Hollow One. Her diary detailed her descent into madness, driven by the relentless whispers and visions of hollow-eyed figures. Each photograph revealed another piece of the puzzle, another soul trapped by the entity's malevolent influence. The more I learned, the clearer it became that the Hollow One had woven itself into the fabric of my family's history, feeding on their fear and sorrow for generations. One photograph remained, a picture of a young boy named Samuel. Samuel's story was the most heartbreaking of all. He was Eliza's youngest child, who had disappeared shortly after Margaret. Eliza's letters mentioned Samuel frequently, filled with guilt and regret. It seemed she had tried to protect him but failed, his soul taken by the Hollow One to seal the binding ritual. With each revelation, the sense of urgency grew. These souls had suffered enough, and it was up to me to free them completely. I realized the final step wasn't just destroying the album, it was about acknowledging their pain and releasing them from the curse that had bound them. That evening, I gathered the photographs and the album and took them to the garden where Margaret's swing still stood. Dr. Blackwell joined me, understanding the importance of this final act. We built a small fire, and as the flames grew, I spoke the names of each person in the photographs, acknowledging their stories and their suffering. One by one, I placed the photographs into the fire. The flames consumed the images, and I felt a sense of release, as if a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. The air grew warmer, and the oppressive presence that had haunted the house seemed to dissipate. Finally, I placed the album into the fire. As the leather cover caught flame, I felt a strange sense of closure. The whispers faded, replaced by a gentle silence. The souls were free, and the Hollow One's power was broken. Dr. Blackwell and I stood by the fire until the last embers died out. The garden was peaceful, the night air filled with the scent of burning wood. I knew the journey wasn't over, but I felt a renewed sense of hope. The Hollow One was gone, and my family's curse was lifted. As we walked back to the house, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was still one last secret to uncover. The house had witnessed so much pain and sorrow, but it had also been a place of love and family. I was determined to restore it to its former glory, to make it a place of peace and happiness once more. The next morning, the house felt different, lighter, almost. The air seemed clearer, and the oppressive atmosphere had lifted. Still, I couldn't ignore the feeling that something remained unresolved. I decided to give the house one final sweep, ensuring that nothing had been overlooked. As I moved through the rooms, I thought about all that had transpired and the lives that had been affected by the Hollow One. Returning to the attic one last time, I searched through every nook and cranny. Near the back wall, behind a loose panel, I found a small, hidden compartment. Inside was a box, similar to the one I had discovered earlier. This one, however, was in pristine condition, as if it had been preserved deliberately. Carefully, I opened it and found another diary, but this one belonged to Margaret. My hands trembled as I opened the diary and began to read. Margaret's words were filled with fear and confusion. She wrote about her mother's growing obsession with the ritual and how Thomas had manipulated Eliza's desperation to save her family. Margaret had sensed the danger but felt powerless to stop it. One entry, dated just before her disappearance, revealed a shocking truth. Margaret wrote about a vision she had of the future, a vision of me finding her diary and the photographs. She spoke of a connection between us, a bond that transcended time. She believed that I was the key to breaking the curse and freeing the trapped souls. The final entry was a direct message to me: if you are reading this, then you have the strength to do what I could not. The Hollow One's power is not just in the photographs or the house, but in the lingering guilt and sorrow of our family. You must let go of the past and embrace the future. Only then will we all be free. As I closed the diary, I felt a sense of calm wash over me. Margaret had known all along that I would be the one to end this nightmare. Her words gave me the courage to confront the final secret, the lingering emotions that had allowed the Hollow One to thrive. That evening, I invited Dr. Blackwell and a few close friends to the house for a small gathering. We shared stories, laughed, and celebrated the memories of those who had been lost. It was a way to honor their lives and let go of the sorrow that had haunted us for so long. As the night drew on, I felt a warmth and lightness that I hadn't felt in years. The house seemed to come alive with the sounds of joy and laughter. It was a stark contrast to the darkness that had once pervaded every corner. I realized that this was the final step in breaking the curse, filling the house with love and happiness. Later, as I sat alone in the living room, I felt a gentle presence beside me. I turned to see a faint, ethereal figure, Margaret. Her hollow eyes were no longer empty but filled with warmth and gratitude. She smiled at me, and I knew that she and the others were finally at peace. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice like a soft breeze. "You have freed us." With that, she faded into the night, and I felt a deep sense of closure. The Hollow One was gone, and the souls trapped in the photographs were free. The house, once a place of darkness and despair, had become a beacon of hope and renewal. In the days that followed, I worked to restore the house, turning it into a place where future generations could create happy memories. The attic, once a repository of secrets and sorrow, was transformed into a cozy study, filled with light and warmth. The photographs, now free of their dark influence, were placed in a family album, honoring the past while embracing the future. As I looked around the restored house, I felt a sense of pride and accomplishment. The Hollow One's curse was broken, and the legacy of fear and sorrow had been replaced with love and hope. Margaret's vision had come true, and I knew that my family's future was bright. The echoes of the past had finally been laid to rest, and the hollow-eyed portraits were no more. The house was alive with the promise of new beginnings, a place where the light of love would always triumph over the darkness of despair. Story 4. The Unseen Watcher. The package arrived on a cold, dreary afternoon, the kind where the sun never seems to rise above the horizon. I remember feeling a shiver of anticipation as I pulled the small, unmarked box from my mailbox. There was no return address, no indication of who had sent it. Just my name, scrawled in a hurried, almost frantic hand. I took the package inside, setting it down on the kitchen table. For a moment, I simply stared at it, a growing sense of unease settling over me. Finally, I took a deep breath and tore open the brown paper wrapping. Inside was a single photograph, face down. With trembling fingers, I flipped it over. My breath caught in my throat. The photograph was of my own front door, taken from inside my house. The angle was unmistakable. Whoever had taken this picture had been standing in my living room, facing the front door. The realization sent a chill down my spine. I glanced around, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows. But I was alone. Or so I thought. I rushed to my security system, hands shaking as I pulled up the footage from the previous night. I watched intently, eyes scanning every frame. The hours ticked by in a blur of uneventful recordings. No one had entered or left the house. There was no sign of anyone. Yet the photograph told a different story. Someone had been inside. How is this possible? I muttered to myself, fear creeping into my voice. I couldn't understand it. The doors had been locked, the windows secured. There was no way someone could have gotten in without tripping the alarm. And yet, here was the proof, staring me in the face. I paced the living room, trying to make sense of it all. My mind raced with possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. Had someone hacked my security system? Was it all some elaborate prank? Or was there something more sinister at play? I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that whoever had taken the photograph was still out there, waiting for the right moment to strike. As night fell, I found myself jumping at every little sound. The creak of the floorboards, the rustle of the wind against the windows, they all seemed magnified, each one a potential sign of an intruder. I double-checked the locks, ensuring that every door and window was secure. But no matter what I did, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I decided to call the police, hoping they could provide some answers. The officer who arrived was polite but skeptical. He examined the photograph and the security footage, but in the end, he had no more answers than I did. "It's probably just a prank," he said, though his tone lacked conviction. "But we'll keep an eye on things." After he left, I felt no safer. The photograph still lay on the kitchen table, a stark reminder of the unseen presence that had invaded my home. I knew I wouldn't sleep that night. How could I, knowing that someone, or something, had been inside my house without leaving a trace? As the hours dragged on, I sat in the living room, eyes darting to the front door every few minutes. The photograph haunted me, a constant reminder of my vulnerability. And then, just as the first light of dawn began to filter through the windows, I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible whisper. "Hello." I froze, the blood draining from my face. The whisper had been so faint, I almost convinced myself I imagined it. But the chill that ran down my spine told me otherwise. My heart pounded in my chest as I strained to hear any other sounds, but the house was eerily silent. I crept through the house, checking each room carefully. Every shadow seemed to move, every creak of the floorboards under my feet sounding like a warning. I paused in the hallway, my eyes drawn to the photograph on the kitchen table. The angle, the perspective, it all seemed so intimate, so invasive. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling. "Show yourself." The only response was my echo, reverberating through the empty house. I felt foolish standing there, demanding answers from the darkness. But the fear was real, palpable. I could feel it tightening around my chest, making it hard to breathe. I reached for my phone, desperate for a connection to the outside world. My fingers dialed Emma's number almost on their own. She picked up after a few rings, her voice groggy from sleep. "Liam? It's early. What's going on?" "Emma, something's happening," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I got this package, and there's a photograph of my front door. From inside the house. And now I'm hearing things." "Liam, slow down," she interrupted. "Are you sure it's not just a prank?" "I wish it was," I replied, the desperation clear in my voice. But the photo, and the whisper. There was a pause on the other end of the line. "Do you want me to come over?" Emma asked, concern replacing her initial skepticism. "Yes," I said, not caring how desperate I sounded. "Please. I don't want to be alone right now." "Okay, I'll be there in 20 minutes, she said. "Just hang tight." As I waited for Emma, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I checked the locks again, even though I knew they were secure. Every second felt like an eternity. Finally, the sound of a car pulling up outside brought a wave of relief. Emma rushed in, her eyes wide with concern. "Liam, are you all right?" I nodded, though I knew I looked anything but all right. "I don't know what's happening, Emma. This doesn't make any sense." She hugged me, her presence grounding me for a moment. "Let's take a look at that photograph," she said, leading me to the kitchen. We studied the photograph together, but it offered no new clues. This is really creepy, Emma admitted, shivering slightly. But maybe there's a logical explanation. Could someone have slipped in when you weren't home? No, I insisted. I've been here the whole time. In the security footage. Yeah, that is weird, she conceded. Maybe we should call a professional. Someone who deals with paranormal stuff. I stared at her, the suggestion both absurd and strangely comforting. You mean like a ghost hunter? Why not, she said, giving me a weak smile. If it helps us figure this out. Just as she finished speaking, the lights flickered. We both jumped, our eyes darting to the source of the disturbance. The flickering grew more intense, plunging the room into intermittent darkness. And then, the whisper returned, clearer this time, echoing through the room. Hello, Liam. The voice was unmistakably familiar, sending a jolt of recognition through me. I turned to Emma, my face a mask of confusion and fear. Did you hear that? She nodded, her eyes wide with terror. Who was that? I don't know, I whispered, though the truth was starting to dawn on me. The voice, it sounded just like my brother. The brother who had disappeared 5 years ago without a trace. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. My brother, who had vanished without a trace, was somehow tied to this horrifying mystery. Emma watched me, her concern deepening as she saw the turmoil in my eyes. Liam, what is it? You look like you've seen a ghost. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. That voice, it sounded like my brother, Jake. Emma's eyes widened. Jake? But he disappeared years ago. You think? I don't know what to think, I admitted, sinking into a chair. But that voice was his. I'm sure of it. Emma sat down next to me, her hand on my arm. Okay, let's try to think this through. If Jake is somehow involved, maybe he's trying to tell you something. Maybe there's a reason for all of this. I nodded, though my mind was a whirlwind of questions and fears. But why now? And why in such a creepy way? Emma shook her head. I don't know. But we need to find out. Let's call someone who can help. Maybe a paranormal investigator or something. Reluctantly, I agreed. We found a local paranormal investigator online, someone who came highly recommended. His name was Dr. Adrian Blackwood, and he specialized in cases like ours. We called him, explaining the situation as best we could. To our relief, he agreed to come over immediately. Dr. Blackwood arrived within the hour. He was a tall, thin man with piercing blue eyes and a calm, reassuring demeanor. He listened to our story without interruption, his expression thoughtful. This is indeed peculiar, he said finally. But not unprecedented. I've encountered similar cases before. Let's start with the basics. May I see the photograph? I handed it to him, watching as he examined it closely. The angle is quite telling, he murmured. Whoever took this photo was indeed inside your house. But how they entered and left without triggering the security system is a mystery. Do you think it's a ghost? Emma asked, her voice trembling slightly. Dr. Blackwood smiled faintly. Ghosts, spirits, entities, they often have ways of bypassing our physical security measures. But to determine that, we'll need to conduct a thorough investigation. He set up a variety of equipment around the house, cameras, audio recorders, and EMF detectors. The process was meticulous, almost scientific. As night fell, the atmosphere in the house grew tense. Every creak and whisper seemed amplified in the silence. Dr. Blackwood instructed us to go about our evening as usual while he monitored the equipment. Emma and I tried to relax, but our nerves were on edge. Every few minutes, we'd glance at Dr. Blackwood, who was intently watching the monitors. Suddenly, one of the cameras picked up movement. Dr. Blackwood motioned for us to join him. On the screen, we saw a faint, shadowy figure moving through the living room. My heart raced as I recognized the shape. It was Jake. That's him, I whispered. That's my brother. Dr. Blackwood nodded. It appears so. But why is he here? What does he want? We watched as the figure moved towards the front door, stopping to turn and face the camera. Though the image was distorted, there was no mistaking the look of sorrow and desperation on Jake's face. Dr. Blackwood's voice was calm but urgent. "He's trying to communicate. We need to find out what he's saying." At that moment, the whispering started again, louder and clearer than before. "Liam, help me. Find me." The words sent chills down my spine. I turned to Dr. Blackwood, desperation in my eyes. "What do we do?" He looked thoughtful for a moment before speaking. "We need to follow his lead. Jake's spirit is reaching out to you, Liam. He needs your help. And whatever it is, it involves uncovering what happened to him." Emma squeezed my hand, her eyes filled with determination. "We'll find him, Liam. We'll figure this out together." The house grew silent once more, but the sense of urgency remained. I knew we were on the brink of something big, something terrifying. The answers were out there, hidden in the shadows. And as the night wore on, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone, that someone, or something, was watching our every move. The next morning, I woke up with a sense of determination mingled with dread. Emma stayed the night, unwilling to leave me alone in the house. Dr. Blackwood had also left some of his equipment running, assuring us he would return later to analyze the findings. Over breakfast, Emma and I discussed our next steps. "We need to figure out what happened to Jake," I said, stirring my coffee absent-mindedly. He said, "Find me. There must be something we're missing." Emma nodded. "What do you remember about the time he disappeared? Any strange behavior, anything out of the ordinary?" I thought back to those days, the memories painful and blurred by time. Jake was different before he vanished. He seemed paranoid, always looking over his shoulder. He mentioned someone was watching him, but I thought it was just stress. He never explained who or why. Emma's eyes widened. "Do you think he was being stalked? Maybe whoever was watching him is behind all of this." "Maybe," I agreed, feeling a shiver of unease. "But where do we start?" There were no leads back then, and the police closed the case after a few months. Emma reached for her laptop. "Let's see if we can find any clues online. Maybe something new has come up since then." We spent hours combing through old news articles, forums, and social media posts. Every lead seemed to go cold, every clue a dead end. Frustration gnawed at me, but Emma kept pushing forward. Then, we stumbled upon something. An old blog post from a local writer who had been covering unexplained disappearances in the area. The writer mentioned a series of odd occurrences leading up to the disappearances, including strange packages and photographs sent to the victims. "Look at this," Emma said, pointing to the screen. "This sounds just like what you're experiencing. Maybe this writer knows more." I quickly jotted down the contact information and called the writer, hoping for a breakthrough. After a few rings, a woman answered, her voice cautious. "Hello? Hi, my name is Liam. I'm calling about your blog post on the disappearances. I think my brother might be one of the victims." There was a pause before she replied. "I've been waiting for someone like you to call. Meet me at the old library on Maple Street in an hour. There's something you need to see." We arrived at the library, a crumbling building that had seen better days. Inside, the woman was waiting, a stack of old newspapers and files spread out on a dusty table. "I'm Sarah," she introduced herself. "I've been researching these cases for years. There's a pattern to all of this." She showed us the files, each one detailing a disappearance eerily similar to Jake's. All of these people received packages with photographs before they vanished. And all of them reported hearing voices and feeling watched. "Do you know who did this?" I asked, my voice trembling. Sarah shook her head. "I don't know for sure. But I believe there's a connection to an old house on the outskirts of town. It's been abandoned for decades, but locals say it's haunted. I think that's where you'll find your answers." Emma and I exchanged a glance. "We have to go there," she said. "It's the only lead we have." As we made our way to the car, a sense of foreboding settled over me. The old house loomed in my mind, a dark, shadowy presence. "What do you think we'll find there?" I asked Emma. "I don't know," she admitted. "But whatever it is, we have to face it." For Jake. The drive to the house was tense, each mile bringing us closer to the unknown. When we finally arrived, the sight of the dilapidated mansion sent chills down my spine. Its windows were broken, and the front door hung ajar, creaking in the wind. We approached cautiously, our footsteps echoing on the cracked path. The air was thick with anticipation, every sound amplified in the eerie silence. As we stepped inside, the temperature dropped, and I felt a cold hand brush against my arm. "Liam," Emma whispered, pointing to the staircase. "Look." There, at the top of the stairs, was another photograph. This one was of Jake, standing in the very spot we were now. The photograph of Jake at the top of the stairs gripped my heart with icy fingers. I could barely breathe as I ascended the creaking steps, each one echoing through the desolate house. Emma followed close behind, her hand resting lightly on my back for support. Reaching the top, I picked up the photograph. Jake's face stared back at me, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and desperation. The same expression I had seen in the ghostly image from the night before. This was no ordinary haunting. There was something deeply personal about this place. Why would he be here? Emma asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know," I replied, my eyes scanning the dark hallway. "But we're going to find out." We moved cautiously through the house, the floorboards groaning under our weight. The wallpaper was peeling, and a thick layer of dust covered everything, undisturbed for years. Yet, there was an unsettling feeling of being watched, as if the house itself was alive, aware of our presence. As we explored, we found more photographs, each one more disturbing than the last. Images of Jake in various parts of the house, looking increasingly distressed. The last photograph we found showed him in a small, windowless room, his face twisted in agony. "We need to find that room," Emma said, her voice determined despite the fear in her eyes. We searched the house, opening every door, peering into every corner. Finally, we found it, a small, hidden room behind a false wall in the basement. The air was musty, and the darkness was oppressive. My heart pounded as we stepped inside. The room was empty except for a single, old-fashioned chair in the center. On the wall, scrawled in what looked like dried blood, were the words, "Help me." I stumbled back, the sight overwhelming. Emma grabbed my arm, steadying me. "Liam, look at this," she said, pointing to the floor. There, half buried under the dust, was another photograph. This one showed Jake in the chair, his hands tied behind his back. His eyes were wide with terror, staring directly at the camera. Beside him, barely visible in the shadows, was a figure cloaked in darkness. "Who is that?" I asked, my voice shaking. "I don't know," Emma said, her voice trembling. "But we need to get out of here. This place isn't safe." We turned to leave, but the door slammed shut with a deafening bang. The room plunged into darkness, and the temperature dropped sharply. I could feel my breath turning to mist in the frigid air. "Liam," Emma whispered, her voice tight with fear. "We're not alone." A cold breeze swept through the room, and I felt a presence behind me. Slowly, I turned, my heart pounding in my chest. There, standing in the shadows, was the figure from the photograph. Its face was obscured, but the malevolent energy radiating from it was unmistakable. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice cracking with fear. The figure stepped closer, its movements slow and deliberate. "You know who I am," it whispered, the voice a distorted echo of Jake's. "You left me here." "No!" I cried, stepping back. "I didn't know. I would never." "You must find the truth," the figure interrupted, its voice growing louder, more insistent. "Only then can you save me." The figure dissolved into the shadows, leaving us alone in the cold, dark room. I collapsed onto the chair, my mind reeling. What does it mean? What truth? Emma knelt beside me, her eyes filled with determination. "We have to go back to the beginning. To where it all started. There must be something we missed." We left the mansion, the weight of the encounter heavy on our shoulders. As we drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that the answers were closer than ever, yet still just out of reach. We had to find out what happened to Jake, to uncover the truth that had been hidden for so long. But I knew that whatever lay ahead would be more terrifying than anything we had faced so far. Back at my house, Emma and I sat in silence, the events at the mansion replaying in my mind. The figure, the whispered accusation, it all pointed to something buried in the past, something I had overlooked. We needed to find out what happened to Jake and why he was taken. Emma broke the silence, her voice steady but urgent. "Liam, we need to look at Jake's things. There must be something we've missed." I nodded, my mind still foggy with fear and confusion. We headed to the attic, where I'd stored Jake's belongings after he disappeared. The attic was cold and dusty, filled with boxes and old furniture. We began to sift through the piles, searching for anything that could provide a clue. After hours of searching, Emma found an old, battered journal. "Liam, look at this," she said, handing it to me. "It's Jake's handwriting." My hands trembled as I opened the journal. The pages were filled with Jake's thoughts, fears, and observations. He had written about feeling watched, about strange occurrences that mirrored what I was experiencing now. But one entry stood out. November 15th, 2019, I've been seeing the shadow more frequently. It's always there, lurking in the corner of my eye. I know I'm not crazy. There's someone, watching me. I need to find out who it is. I think it started after I visited the old mansion on Maple Street. There's something there, something evil. I have to stop it before it gets to Liam. Emma read over my shoulder, her face pale. "Liam, he knew. He was trying to protect you." The weight of Jake's sacrifice hit me hard. He had been fighting this unseen force to keep me safe, and in the end, it had taken him. But now it was my turn to fight. "We need to go back to the mansion," I said, my voice firm. "There has to be something there, something that will tell us what happened to Jake." We returned to the mansion, this time better prepared. Dr. Blackwood had given us some equipment to detect paranormal activity, and we brought flashlights and a map of the house. The sun was setting as we arrived, casting long shadows over the decaying structure. Inside, the air was thick with the same oppressive energy as before. We retraced our steps to the hidden room, the scene of our last encounter. The room was as we had left it, cold and empty. But now, with Jake's journal in hand, we knew where to look. Emma pointed to a loose floorboard in the corner of the room. "There," she said. Jake mentioned a hidden compartment. I pried up the floorboard, revealing a small, dusty box. Inside were letters, photographs, and a small, ornate key. The letters were from Jake, written to someone named A. They spoke of a pact, of promises broken, and of a curse that bound them together. Emma read one of the letters aloud. "Dear A, I regret ever making that deal. The power you promised came at too high a price. The shadow follows me everywhere, and I fear it will soon take me. If it does, I beg you, find a way to break the curse. Do not let it consume my brother. The key is hidden in the mansion. Find it, and you will find the truth. Jake." Tears stung my eyes as I read the letter. Jake had been trying to protect me, to find a way to end the curse. The key in the box must unlock something important, something that held the answers we needed. "We have to find what this key opens," Emma said, determination in her voice. "It's our only chance to save Jake and stop this." We searched the mansion from top to bottom, looking for a lock that matched the key. Hours passed, and the night grew darker, the house more sinister. Finally, in the basement, we found an old, iron door hidden behind a stack of rotting crates. The key fit perfectly. With a deep breath, I turned the key and pushed the door open. Inside was a small room, lit by a single, flickering candle. On a pedestal in the center of the room was a book, bound in dark leather. "This must be it," I said, stepping forward. but as I reached for the book, a cold hand grabbed my wrist. I spun around to see the shadowy figure from before, its eyes glowing with malice. "You were not supposed to find this," it hissed, its voice echoing in the confined space. "Now you will join your brother." The room spun, the shadows closing in around me. I felt myself being pulled into darkness, Emma's scream echoing in my ears as the world faded to black. I awoke to darkness, my head pounding and my body feeling weighed down. The cold, damp air told me I was still in the basement of the old mansion, but something was different. The oppressive silence was broken only by the faint sound of Emma's panicked breathing nearby. "Emma?" I called out weakly, my voice echoing in the confined space. "Liam, thank God," she cried, scrambling over to me. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with fear. "I thought I'd lost you." "What happened?" I asked, struggling to sit up. The memory of the shadowy figure flooded back, sending a shiver down my spine. "The shadow, it tried to take you," Emma explained, her voice trembling. "But I managed to pull you back before you were completely lost. We need to get out of here." I nodded, the urgency clear. But as we turned to leave, the door we had come through slammed shut, trapping us inside. The shadows in the room seemed to pulse with malevolent energy, and the temperature plummeted even further. "We need to find a way out," Emma said, her voice barely above a whisper. "There has to be another exit." We searched the small room, our hands shaking as we felt along the walls for any hidden passage or clue. Then, I remembered the book on the pedestal. It had to hold the answers we needed. I approached the pedestal cautiously, reaching for the book. As my fingers brushed the leather cover, the shadows around us seemed to swell, closing in. I opened the book, flipping through the pages filled with strange symbols and cryptic text. One passage stood out, written in Jake's handwriting. "The key to breaking the curse lies in the truth. Only by facing the past can the shadows be banished. Speak the words and confront the darkness within." "Emma, look at this," I said, showing her the passage. "It's a spell or incantation of some sort. Jake wrote this. He knew how to end it." "We have to try," Emma said, her voice firm despite the fear in her eyes. "It's our only chance." We stood together, the book between us, and began to recite the words. As we spoke, the shadows writhed and twisted, the room growing colder with each passing moment. The air was thick with tension, and I could feel the darkness pressing in on us. "Liam," a voice hissed, echoing around us. "You cannot escape. You belong to us." Ignoring the voice, we continued the incantation, our voices growing louder, more desperate. The shadows lashed out, trying to silence us, but we pressed on. With each word, I could feel the darkness weakening, the hold it had over us slipping. Finally, as we reached the end of the incantation, a blinding light filled the room. The shadows screamed and recoiled, their form dissolving into nothingness. The oppressive weight lifted, and the air grew warmer. The door creaked open, and we stumbled out, gasping for breath. We had done it. We had broken the curse. Or so we thought. As we made our way out of the basement, the house seemed to come alive with a new energy. The walls pulsed, the floorboards creaked, and an eerie hum filled the air. The photographs we had found earlier were now scattered along the hallway, each one depicting a different victim of the curse. "Liam, look," Emma said, pointing to a photograph of Jake. In the picture, he was standing at the entrance of the mansion, a relieved smile on his face. "He's free," I whispered, tears of relief streaming down my face. We did it. But as we reached the front door, a chill ran down my spine. Standing in the doorway was the shadowy figure, its form more solid and terrifying than ever before. "You may have broken the curse," it growled, "but you cannot escape me. I will always be watching." The figure lunged at us, and we bolted out of the house, the door slamming shut behind us. The mansion seemed to shudder, then fell silent, as if nothing had ever happened. Emma and I stood there, breathing heavily, our hearts racing. We had freed Jake and broken the curse, but the shadow's warning echoed in my mind. I knew this wasn't the end. The figure would always be out there, watching, waiting. And somehow, I had a feeling that our encounter with the darkness was far from over. The weeks following our escape from the mansion were a blur. Emma and I tried to return to our normal lives, but the shadow's warning haunted me. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, a constant prickling at the back of my neck. Even though we had freed Jake and broken the curse, the presence lingered. One night, I awoke to the sound of whispering. I sat up in bed, straining to hear. The whispers were faint but unmistakable, filling the room with an eerie, otherworldly energy. I followed the sound, my heart pounding as I moved through the house. The whispers led me to the attic, where Jake's belongings were stored. There, in the dim light, I saw Jake standing among the boxes. His figure was transparent, ethereal, but his eyes were full of urgency. "Jake," I breathed, my voice shaking. "Is it really you?" He nodded, his form flickering. "Liam, you have to listen to me. The curse may be broken, but the shadow is still here. It's not just a spirit, it's something ancient, something evil. It feeds on fear and despair." "What do I do?" I asked, desperation in my voice. "How do I stop it?" "You have to confront it," Jake said. "You have to face your fears and banish it once and for all. It's the only way to protect yourself and everyone you love." Before I could respond, Jake's form vanished, leaving me alone in the cold, dark attic. His words echoed in my mind. I had to confront the shadow, to face my fears head-on. The next day, I told Emma everything. She listened intently, her face pale but determined. "If this is what we have to do, then we'll do it," she said. "We'll face it together." That night, we prepared ourselves for the final confrontation. We gathered the tools Dr. Blackwood had left us, cameras, audio recorders, and the book with the incantation. We also brought items that held personal significance, hoping they would give us strength. As midnight approached, we made our way back to the mansion. The house loomed in the darkness, its windows like empty eyes watching our every move. Inside, the air was thick with anticipation, the shadows deeper and more menacing than before. We set up the equipment in the basement, the scene of our last encounter with the shadow. The small room felt even colder and more oppressive, the shadows seeming to pulse with malevolent energy. "Are you ready?" Emma asked, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. I nodded, taking her hand. "Let's do this." We began the incantation, our voices strong and unwavering. The shadows writhed and twisted, the room growing colder with each word. The air crackled with tension, and I could feel the presence closing in on us. "Show yourself," I demanded, my voice echoing in the confined space. "Face me." The shadows surged, and the figure materialized before us. Its form was more solid, more terrifying than ever. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent light, and its voice was a distorted echo. "You cannot banish me," it hissed. "I am eternal. I am your worst fear." "No," I said, stepping forward. "You're just a manifestation of fear and darkness. You have no power over me." The figure recoiled, its form flickering. "You cannot defeat me," it snarled, but there was a note of uncertainty in its voice. "We're not afraid of you," Emma said, her voice strong. "We're taking back control." With a final, powerful incantation, we channeled all our strength and willpower. The shadows screamed and writhed, the figure dissolving into nothingness. The air grew warmer, the oppressive weight lifting. The room fell silent, the presence gone. We had done it. We had faced our fears and banished the shadow once and for all. As we left the mansion, the first light of dawn breaking through the darkness, I felt a sense of peace I hadn't felt in years. We had freed Jake, broken the curse, and defeated the shadow. But more than that, we had faced our fears and come out stronger on the other side. Emma squeezed my hand, a smile on her face. "We did it, Liam. It's over." I nodded, feeling a weight lift from my shoulders. "Yeah, it's over. Finally." But as we drove away, I couldn't help but glance back at the mansion. The shadows were gone, but the memory of the darkness lingered. I knew that life would never be the same, but we had faced the darkness and emerged victorious. And as we drove into the rising sun, I knew that no matter what lay ahead, we could face it together. Story 5. The Whispering Shadows. Every night, it started the same way. I'd be lying in bed, the weight of the day's exhaustion pressing down on me, when the whispers began. Soft, barely audible at first, they floated up from beneath my bed like tendrils of cold smoke. I tried to ignore them, burying my head under the pillow, but they persisted. Each night, they grew a bit louder, a bit clearer. At first, I thought it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. Stress from work, maybe. I work as a night shift security guard at an old, abandoned factory on the outskirts of town. The place is a relic from the 1920s, a decrepit maze of rusting machinery and broken windows. It's the kind of place where shadows seem to move on their own, and every creak and groan echoes like a distant scream. One night, after a particularly long shift, I decided to stay up and listen. I lay there, eyes wide open, straining to catch every whisper. "Come closer," they said. "We see you." My heart pounded in my chest, a wild, frantic rhythm that drowned out the whispers for a moment. But I couldn't mistake the words. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I stared at the ceiling, the whispers replaying in my mind like a broken record. What did they mean? Who were they? I needed answers, but I was too terrified to look under the bed. The fear of what I might find was paralyzing. The next day, I told my best friend Mark about the whispers. Mark and I have known each other since childhood. He's the kind of guy who laughs in the face of danger and never takes anything too seriously. "You're just stressed," he said, clapping me on the shoulder. "You've been working too hard. Take a break, man." But I knew it was more than that. The whispers felt real, too real to be a figment of my imagination. That night, I went to bed early, hoping to catch the whispers again, maybe even record them. As soon as the lights went out, they started. This time, they were louder. "Help us," they whispered. "Free us." I jumped out of bed, my heart racing. Grabbing my phone, I turned on the flashlight and pointed it under the bed. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the dusty floor and a few old boxes. Nothing. No source of the whispers, no sign of anything unusual. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, followed by a surge of frustration. Was I losing my mind? But then, just as I was about to stand up, I heard it. A single, chilling laugh. It echoed in the silence, sending a shiver down my spine. I stumbled backward, dropping my phone. The light flickered and died, plunging the room into darkness. The laugh lingered, a haunting reminder of the presence beneath my bed. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I sat in the corner of my room, clutching a baseball bat, my eyes glued to the bed. When dawn finally broke, I felt a mixture of exhaustion and dread. I needed to find out what was happening, but I was terrified of what I might discover. Hey! Subscribe for more true scary stories. Determined to get to the bottom of the whispers, I decided to investigate further. During the day, my room seemed harmless, just a typical bedroom with a slightly cluttered floor and an unmade bed. But as night fell, the atmosphere changed. Shadows lengthened, and the air grew thick with an inexplicable sense of foreboding. I bought a small digital recorder, hoping to capture the whispers as proof that I wasn't going insane. That night, I placed the recorder under the bed and turned it on, setting it to record all night long. As I lay there, waiting for the whispers to begin, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The whispers came as expected. This time, they were clearer than ever. "Join us," they murmured. "We're waiting." I shivered, clutching the blankets tighter around me. The voice was unmistakably human, yet hollow and distant, as if spoken from the depths of a dark well. I forced myself to stay still, fighting the urge to bolt from the room. Morning couldn't come soon enough. As soon as the first light of dawn crept through the curtains, I retrieved the recorder. My hands trembled as I played back the recording. For the first few hours, there was nothing but static and the occasional rustle. Then, around midnight, the whispers started. Clear as day, the recorder captured every chilling word. "Join us. We're waiting." I played the recording for Mark later that day. His usual carefree demeanor was replaced with a look of genuine concern. "This is creepy as hell," he admitted, running a hand through his hair. "We need to figure out what's going on." We decided to start with the history of my house. It was an old Victorian-style home, built in the late 1800s. Over the years, it had changed hands several times, and the real estate agent hadn't mentioned anything about its history when I bought it. Together, Mark and I headed to the local library to see what we could dig up. The library's archives were a treasure trove of old newspapers, property records, and town histories. We spent hours sifting through yellowed pages and dusty ledgers. Finally, we found something. In the late 1930s, my house had belonged to a family named the Crenshaws. The father, a well-known banker, had been found dead in the house under mysterious circumstances. His wife and 2 children disappeared shortly afterward, never to be seen again. "Do you think their spirits are haunting your house?" Mark asked, his voice a mix of skepticism and intrigue. "It's possible," I replied, my mind racing. "Maybe they're trying to communicate with me." That night, armed with the new information, I decided to confront the whispers. I sat on my bed, recorder in hand, and spoke into the darkness. "Who are you? What do you want?" I waited, my heart pounding in my chest. The response was immediate and chilling. "We need your help," the whispers said. "Find the truth. Free us." The next morning, I told Mark about the latest development. He suggested we bring in a paranormal investigator, someone who could help us make sense of the situation. Reluctantly, I agreed. That afternoon, we contacted a local investigator named Claire. She had a reputation for being thorough and professional, with years of experience in dealing with hauntings and supernatural occurrences. Claire arrived at my house that evening, her equipment in tow. She was a no-nonsense woman in her 40s, with sharp eyes and an air of quiet confidence. After listening to my story and examining the recording, she set up her devices around the house. EMF meters, infrared cameras, and audio recorders were placed strategically to capture any paranormal activity. As night fell, Claire, Mark, and I gathered in my bedroom. The air was thick with anticipation and fear. We sat in silence, waiting for the whispers to begin. It didn't take long. "Help us," they whispered again, sending chills down our spines. Claire's equipment sprang to life, capturing the voices and measuring fluctuations in the electromagnetic field. Claire's face grew pale as she listened to the voices. "There's definitely something here," she said, her voice tight with tension. "Something that needs to be put to rest." We continued to listen, piecing together the fragments of the whispers. They spoke of betrayal, pain, and a hidden secret buried deep within the house. As the night wore on, the whispers grew more urgent, more desperate. "Find the truth," they repeated. "Free us." By dawn, we had a plan. We would search the house from top to bottom, looking for any clues that might explain the haunting. The whispers had given us a mission, and I was determined to see it through. But as we prepared for the search, a sense of dread settled over me. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were about to uncover something terrible, something that had been hidden for far too long. The next day, armed with flashlights and determination, we began our search. The house was a labyrinth of rooms and narrow hallways, each one filled with the ghosts of its past. Claire led the way, her EMF meter humming softly as we moved from room to room. We started in the attic, a dusty, cluttered space filled with old furniture and forgotten memories. The whispers had told us to find the truth, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it was hiding somewhere within these walls. As we sifted through boxes and crates, Claire's meter suddenly spiked. "There's something here," she said, her voice tense with excitement. We followed the readings to an old trunk, its surface covered in a thick layer of dust. Mark and I pried it open, revealing a collection of old photographs, letters, and a journal. The journal belonged to Amelia Crenshaw, the wife of the banker who had died under mysterious circumstances. I carefully opened the worn pages, the smell of aged paper filling the air. Amelia's journal told a tragic story. Her husband, Charles Crenshaw, had been involved in some shady dealings, and his business partners had turned against him. One night, they had come to the house, demanding repayment. When Charles couldn't produce the money, they had beaten him to death and threatened Amelia and her children. Fearing for their lives, Amelia had hidden her children in the house before fleeing into the night. She never returned, and her children were never found. Do you think the children's spirits are still here? Mark asked, his face pale. Maybe, Claire replied, her eyes scanning the room. If they died in the house, their spirits could be trapped, unable to move on. Determined to find more clues, we moved our search to the basement. The air grew colder as we descended the stairs, and the shadows seemed to press in around us. The basement was a dark, damp space filled with old tools and forgotten belongings. Claire's EMF meter buzzed louder as we approached a far corner of the room. There's definitely something here, she said, pointing to a spot on the floor. We knelt down, examining the area closely. The floorboards were loose, and with a bit of effort, we pried them up, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside, we found a small, tattered blanket and a child's toy, both covered in dust. The sight of them sent a shiver down my spine. This must be where Amelia hid her children, I whispered, feeling a wave of sadness wash over me. Claire nodded, her face grim. Their spirits are trapped here, bound to this place by their tragic end. We need to help them move on. That night, we set up a seance in the basement, hoping to communicate with the spirits of the Crenshaw children. The air was thick with tension as we gathered in a circle, holding hands and calling out to the spirits. We know what happened to you, Claire said, her voice steady. We want to help you find peace. The room grew colder, and a faint light flickered in the darkness. The whispers returned, louder and more insistent than ever. Thank you, they said. Free us. Claire instructed us to focus our thoughts on freeing the spirits, visualizing them moving onto a place of peace and light. The whispers grew softer, and the room seemed to lighten as if a great weight had been lifted. We stayed like that for what felt like hours until the whispers faded away entirely. When we finally emerged from the basement, exhausted but relieved, I felt a strange sense of calm. The whispers were gone, and the house felt different, lighter somehow. I think we did it, Mark said, a note of awe in his voice. I think we helped them move on. But as we prepared to leave, Claire's face remained tense. I'm not so sure, she said, her eyes scanning the dark corners of the room. There's something else here, something we haven't uncovered yet. Her words sent a chill down my spine. The Crenshaw children might have found peace, but the house still held secrets, and I feared we were far from finished with its haunting presence. Despite the apparent calm that settled over the house, Claire's words haunted me. Something else was lurking in the shadows, something we hadn't yet uncovered. I couldn't shake the feeling that our ordeal was far from over. Determined to uncover the full truth, we delved deeper into the house's history. We returned to the library, where Claire unearthed more old documents and records. Among them, we found references to another family that had lived in the house after the Crenshaws, the Thompsons. They had moved in shortly after the Crenshaws' disappearance and had abruptly left the house a year later. There were no records of why they left, only a vague mention of unsettling occurrences. Intrigued, we tracked down the descendants of the Thompson family. After some searching, we found Rebecca Thompson, the granddaughter of the original owners. Rebecca was hesitant to talk about the house at first, but when we mentioned the whispers and the Crenshaws, her demeanor changed. My grandparents never spoke much about their time in that house, she said, her voice trembling. But I remember them saying it was cursed. According to Rebecca, her grandparents had experienced strange phenomena similar to what I had described, the whispers, the cold spots, and the feeling of being watched. Her grandmother, in particular, had been tormented by vivid nightmares and a growing sense of dread. They had fled the house in the middle of the night, leaving behind most of their belongings. Rebecca also mentioned that her grandmother had kept a diary during their time in the house. After some persuasion, she agreed to lend it to us. The diary was a chilling account of their year in the house, filled with descriptions of ghostly apparitions and disturbing events. It confirmed what we already knew, that the house was haunted by more than just the spirits of the Crenshaw children. As we read through the diary, one entry stood out. It mentioned a hidden room in the basement, a place where her grandmother had felt an overwhelming sense of evil. "We must find that room," Claire said, her eyes alight with determination. "Whatever is causing this, it's hidden there." We returned to the basement, our nerves on edge. The air grew colder as we approached the far corner, the same place where we had found the hidden compartment. Claire's EMF meter buzzed wildly, confirming our suspicions. We searched the walls, tapping and prodding until we found a loose panel. With a collective effort, we pried it open, revealing a narrow passageway. The passageway led to a small, hidden room. The air inside was thick and oppressive, and a sense of dread washed over us. In the center of the room stood an old, wooden chair, and on the floor around it were strange symbols drawn in chalk. The walls were covered in faded, almost illegible writing. It felt as though the room itself was alive with a malevolent energy. Claire set up her equipment, and we began our investigation. The EMF meter spiked erratically, and the temperature dropped several degrees. As we stood there, the whispers returned, louder and more frantic than ever. "Get out," they hissed. "Leave this place." Ignoring the warning, Claire focused on the symbols on the floor. "These are protective symbols," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "Someone was trying to contain something here." Suddenly, the room grew darker, and a cold wind swept through the passageway. The whispers turned into anguished cries, and we felt an overwhelming presence pressing down on us. "We need to leave," Mark said, his voice shaking with fear. Just as we turned to go, a chilling laugh echoed through the room, the same laugh I had heard on the first night. It was closer now, more menacing. "You can't escape," it taunted. "We are always here." We bolted from the room, hearts pounding, and didn't stop until we were back in the main part of the house. As we caught our breath, Claire looked at us, her face pale. "This isn't just a haunting," she said. "There's something evil in that room. Something that was never meant to be released." Her words sent a shiver down my spine. We had uncovered the hidden room, but in doing so, we had unleashed something far more terrifying than we had ever imagined. The whispers, the cold spots, the feeling of being watched, it all made sense now. We were dealing with a malevolent force that had been trapped in the house for decades. With the hidden room discovered and the malevolent force unleashed, our resolve was tested to its limits. We knew we couldn't leave things as they were. The entity within the house was powerful and dangerous, and it was clear we had to find a way to banish it for good. Claire contacted a colleague of hers, an experienced exorcist named Father Michael. He agreed to come to the house, intrigued and concerned by our story. Father Michael arrived the following evening, bringing with him an assortment of holy relics, prayer books, and candles. He was a tall, imposing figure with a calm demeanor that belied the gravity of the situation. After listening to our account and examining the hidden room, he confirmed our worst fears. "This is the work of a dark spirit," he said. "Something that feeds on fear and suffering. We must proceed with great caution." The exorcism was scheduled for midnight, the time when the spirit's power would be at its peak. As the hour approached, we gathered in the basement, our nerves on edge. Father Michael began setting up, placing candles in a circle around the room and sprinkling holy water on the floor. The air grew thick with anticipation, and the temperature plummeted, a sure sign that the spirit was aware of our intentions. As Father Michael began the exorcism, chanting prayers in Latin, the atmosphere grew even colder. The candles flickered, casting eerie shadows on the walls. The whispers returned, louder and more frantic than ever. "Leave us," they hissed. "You have no power here." Suddenly, the hidden room's door slammed shut with a deafening bang. The force of it sent a shockwave through the basement, knocking us off balance. Father Michael continued his prayers, his voice unwavering despite the chaos. The spirit's presence grew stronger, a palpable force pressing down on us, making it hard to breathe. Then, the laughter returned, cold, mocking, and filled with malice. "You cannot defeat me," it taunted. "I am eternal." Father Michael stood firm, raising a crucifix and chanting louder. The room seemed to vibrate with an unseen energy, and the air was filled with a sense of impending doom. The whispers turned into screams, and the temperature dropped even further, our breath visible in the frigid air. "By the power of Christ, I command you to leave this place," Father Michael intoned, his voice filled with authority. The spirit's resistance was fierce, but the priest's resolve was unyielding. He continued to chant, moving around the room and splashing holy water on the walls. The spirit's screams grew louder, echoing through the house like a chorus of tormented souls. Objects in the room began to shake and rattle, and the oppressive weight of the spirit's presence made it feel as though the walls were closing in on us. But slowly, the power of Father Michael's exorcism began to take effect. The temperature started to rise, and the oppressive force began to lift. The candle's flames grew steady, and the whispers faded to a barely audible murmur. The spirit's resistance weakened, and for a moment, there was a tense, almost tangible silence. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through the room, extinguishing the candles and plunging us into darkness. The spirit's final, desperate attempt to reclaim its power sent chills down my spine. But Father Michael stood his ground, raising his voice in a final, powerful prayer. "Begone, foul spirit. Return to the darkness from whence you came." With a final, blood-curdling scream, the spirit's presence vanished. The oppressive weight lifted completely, and the room returned to its normal temperature. We stood in stunned silence, the reality of what had just transpired sinking in. The hidden room felt different now, empty, devoid of the malevolent energy that had once filled it. Father Michael turned to us, his face pale but determined. "It is done," he said quietly. "The spirit is banished." Relief washed over us, but it was tempered by exhaustion and a lingering sense of unease. The house was free of the dark spirit, but the events of the past few days had left an indelible mark on us all. As we climbed the stairs, leaving the basement behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that our ordeal wasn't entirely over. The exorcism had banished the dark spirit, but the house was far from peaceful. The whispers were gone, and the oppressive atmosphere had lifted, yet an uneasy stillness pervaded every room. Mark and Claire departed, exhausted but satisfied with our efforts, leaving me alone to confront the lingering shadows of our ordeal. Days passed, and I tried to return to my normal routine. But the house felt different now. It was as if the walls held their breath, waiting for something unseen. I couldn't escape the sensation of being watched, and every creak of the floorboards sent shivers down my spine. Sleep was elusive, and when I did manage to drift off, my dreams were haunted by visions of the hidden room and the dark spirit. One night, as I lay in bed struggling to fall asleep, I heard it again, the chilling laugh that had haunted me since the first night. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable. My heart pounded in my chest as I sat up, straining to listen. The laugh echoed through the darkness, sending a wave of terror crashing over me. I grabbed my flashlight and crept through the house, determined to find the source. The beam of light cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but empty rooms and shadowed corners. The laugh continued, growing louder and more menacing. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, a sinister presence that taunted me from the shadows. Desperate for answers, I returned to the basement, flashlight in hand. The hidden room's door stood open, the symbols on the floor faded but still visible. The air was cold and heavy, a stark contrast to the rest of the house. I stepped inside, my breath visible in the frigid air. The laugh echoed again, closer this time, and I felt a cold hand brush against my neck. I spun around, shining the flashlight into the darkness, but saw nothing. Fear gripped me as I realized the spirit had not been fully banished. It had lingered, biding its time, waiting for the right moment to strike. My mind raced, searching for a solution. Father Michael had done all he could, but it was clear that something more was needed. The following morning, I reached out to Claire, explaining the resurgence of the malevolent presence. She listened intently, her concern evident. "There may be another way," she said. "A ritual that could permanently seal the spirit away, but it's dangerous. We'll need to gather specific items and perform it precisely at midnight." We gathered the necessary items: black candles, purified salt, and a rare herb known for its protective properties. Claire walked me through the ritual, explaining each step in detail. We would need to draw a protective circle in the hidden room, light the candles at the exact moment, and chant an ancient incantation to bind the spirit and seal it away. As midnight approached, we prepared for the ritual. The hidden room was eerily silent, the oppressive weight of the spirit's presence palpable. We drew the circle, placed the candles, and sprinkled the salt, following Claire's instructions to the letter. The air grew colder, and the shadows seemed to close in around us. With everything in place, we began the incantation. The words felt strange and foreign on my tongue, but I repeated them with determination. The spirit's laugh echoed through the room, louder and more menacing than ever. The candles flickered wildly, and a chill wind swept through the space, threatening to extinguish the flames. We continued the chant, our voices growing louder and more insistent. The spirit's presence surged, a dark force pressing down on us with malevolent intent. It felt as though the very air around us was alive with anger and hatred. But we held our ground, determined to see the ritual through. As we reached the final words of the incantation, the room seemed to explode with energy. The candles flared brightly, and the oppressive force lifted, replaced by a sense of stillness. The spirit's laugh faded, replaced by a deafening silence. We stood there, breathless and exhausted, waiting for any sign that the ritual had worked. The room remained silent, the air no longer heavy with the spirit's presence. A sense of peace settled over us, and for the first time in weeks, I felt truly safe. We had done it. The spirit was sealed away, bound by the ritual's power. The house felt lighter, the shadows no longer menacing. But as we left the basement, a lingering doubt gnawed at the back of my mind. Had we truly banished the spirit for good? Or had we merely pushed it deeper into the shadows, waiting for the right moment to return? Life gradually returned to normal in the days following the ritual. The house felt lighter, and for the first time in what seemed like forever, I could sleep soundly through the night. Mark and Claire visited often, checking in to make sure everything was still peaceful. For a while, it seemed like we had succeeded. But then, a week later, the whispers returned. They were faint at first, barely audible, but they sent chills down my spine. I tried to ignore them, convincing myself it was just my imagination. Yet, deep down, I knew something was wrong. The spirit wasn't gone, it had merely retreated, biding its time. One night, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. "Come back," they called. "You can't escape us." I woke in a cold sweat, the familiar feeling of dread settling over me. Desperate for answers, I contacted Claire and Mark, urging them to return to the house. We gathered in the living room, the weight of the situation pressing down on us. "The spirit is still here," I said, my voice trembling. "The ritual didn't work." Claire nodded, her face serious. "I feared this might happen. The spirit is stronger than we anticipated. We need to find another way to banish it permanently." Determined to uncover the truth, we delved deeper into the house's history. We searched through old records, newspaper clippings, and any documents we could find. Finally, we stumbled upon an old diary belonging to the house's original owner, a man named Jonathan Hawthorne. His entries revealed a dark secret: the house had been built on cursed land, a site of ancient rituals and bloodshed. Jonathan tried to contain the curse, Claire said, reading aloud from the diary. He performed rituals to keep the dark forces at bay, but it was never enough. The curse is tied to the land itself. Realizing the gravity of our situation, we knew we had to perform a more powerful ritual, one that would cleanse the land and banish the spirit forever. Claire reached out to a renowned occultist, Professor Helena Moore, who agreed to help us. She arrived the next day, bringing with her an array of ancient texts and rare artifacts. Professor Moore was a stern woman with a no-nonsense attitude. She studied the diary and the history of the land, formulating a plan to break the curse. We will need to perform a cleansing ritual at the exact site where the original rituals took place, she explained. It will be dangerous, but it's our only hope. We prepared for the ritual, gathering the necessary items and setting up a circle in the backyard, where the ancient rituals had been performed. As the sun set, a sense of foreboding settled over us. We knew we were about to face the full wrath of the spirit. At midnight, we began the ritual. Professor Moore chanted in a language none of us understood, her voice strong and unwavering. The air grew colder, and the ground beneath us seemed to tremble. The whispers returned, louder and more menacing than ever. "You cannot break the curse," they taunted. "You are doomed." We held our ground, determined to see the ritual through. The candles flickered, and a chill wind swept through the yard, carrying with it the scent of decay. Professor Moore's chanting grew louder, more urgent, as the spirit's presence intensified. Shadows danced around us, and the air crackled with energy. Suddenly, the ground split open, revealing a dark, gaping void. From within, a swirling mass of shadows emerged, the embodiment of the curse. It loomed over us, a malevolent force that radiated hatred and despair. "Leave this place," it roared. "You do not belong here." Professor Moore stood her ground, raising a talisman and chanting even louder. The spirit shrieked, its form writhing and contorting as the power of the ritual took hold. The ground shook, and a blinding light erupted from the talisman, enveloping the spirit. For a moment, everything was chaos. The air was filled with screams, and the ground bucked beneath our feet. But slowly, the light began to absorb the darkness, drawing the spirit back into the void. The whispers faded, replaced by a deafening silence. The ground sealed itself, and the light dimmed, leaving us standing in the aftermath of the battle. We stood in stunned silence, the weight of what we had just experienced settling over us. The air was still, the oppressive presence gone. Professor Moore lowered the talisman, her face pale but triumphant. "The curse is broken," she said quietly. "The spirit is banished." Relief washed over us, but a lingering doubt remained. We had faced the spirit and survived, but the scars of the encounter would stay with us forever. As we stood there, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed, something fundamental and irreversible. Life returned to a semblance of normalcy after the final ritual. The house felt different, lighter, almost peaceful. The oppressive atmosphere that had hung over it for so long was gone, and I could finally breathe easy. Professor Moore assured us that the curse was broken and the spirit banished. Yet, despite her assurances, a small part of me remained wary, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Days turned into weeks, and the house remained quiet. I started to believe that the nightmare was truly over. But one night, as I was drifting off to sleep, a familiar sound jolted me awake. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable, the chilling laugh that had haunted me since the beginning. My heart pounded in my chest as I sat up, straining to listen. The laugh echoed through the darkness, sending a wave of terror crashing over me. I grabbed my flashlight and crept through the house, my nerves on edge. The beam of light cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but empty rooms and shadowed corners. The laugh continued, growing louder and more menacing. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, a sinister presence taunting me from the shadows. Desperate and terrified, I called Claire and Mark, urging them to come over. They arrived quickly, their faces etched with concern. "I heard it again," I said, my voice trembling. "The laugh. It's back." "We need to check the hidden room," Claire said, her eyes filled with determination. "If the spirit is still here, that's where it will be." We descended into the basement, the air growing colder with each step. The hidden room's door stood ajar, the symbols on the floor faint but still visible. The atmosphere was thick with dread, a stark contrast to the rest of the house. We stepped inside, our breath visible in the frigid air. The laugh echoed again, closer this time, and I felt a cold hand brush against my neck. Suddenly, the hidden room's door slammed shut with a deafening bang, trapping us inside. The force of it sent a shockwave through the room, knocking us off balance. The laugh grew louder, a mocking, malevolent sound that seemed to come from the very walls. "You cannot escape," it taunted. "You belong to us." Fear gripped us as we realized the spirit had never truly left. It had retreated, waiting for the right moment to strike. We needed to find a way to banish it once and for all, but without Professor Moore, we were on our own. Claire's face was pale, her hands trembling. "We have to finish this," she said, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. "We have to break the curse for good." We gathered in a circle, holding hands and focusing our thoughts on banishing the spirit. Claire began to chant the incantation, her voice strong and unwavering. The room grew colder, and the shadows seemed to close in around us. The spirit's presence surged, a dark force pressing down on us with malevolent intent. The candles flickered wildly, and a chill wind swept through the room, carrying with it the scent of decay. The laugh grew louder, echoing through the space like a chorus of tormented souls. Objects began to shake and rattle, and the oppressive weight of the spirit's presence made it feel as though the walls were closing in on us. But we held our ground, determined to see the ritual through. As Claire's chant grew louder, the spirit's resistance intensified. The shadows writhed and contorted, a dark mass of anger and hatred. But slowly, the power of the incantation began to take effect. The spirit's laugh turned to screams, and the oppressive force began to lift. The temperature started to rise, and the oppressive weight began to ease. The candle's flames grew steady, and the shadows began to recede. The spirit's presence weakened, and for a moment, there was a tense, almost tangible silence. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through the room, extinguishing the candles and plunging us into darkness. The spirit's final, desperate attempt to reclaim its power sent chills down my spine. But Claire stood her ground, raising her voice in a final, powerful chant. "Begone, foul spirit. Return to the darkness from whence you came." With a final, blood-curdling scream, the spirit's presence vanished. The oppressive weight lifted completely, and the room returned to its normal temperature. We stood in stunned silence, the reality of what had just transpired sinking in. The hidden room felt different now, empty, devoid of the malevolent energy that had once filled it. We emerged from the basement, exhausted but relieved. The house was finally free of the dark spirit, and a sense of peace settled over us. As we stood in the living room, catching our breath, I couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of unease. The spirit was gone, but the house still held its secrets, and I knew we would never forget the horrors we had faced. The ordeal had changed us all. We had faced a malevolent force and survived, but the scars of the encounter would stay with us forever. As I looked around the room at my friends, I realized that our bond had been strengthened by the experience. We had faced the darkness together, and together, we had emerged victorious. But as we left the house that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that something still lurked in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to return. The whispering shadows had been banished, but the echoes of their presence would haunt us for the rest of our lives. Story 6. Damned Reflections. There's something strange about the old house my family just moved into. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it feels like the walls whisper secrets at night, and the air is thick with a chilling unease. My name is Sarah, and I'm 16. My parents thought moving to this secluded, Victorian-era house in the countryside would be a fresh start for us after the tumultuous year we had in the city. But this house has a different plan. The first night was uneventful. Exhausted from unpacking, I collapsed onto my bed and drifted into a dreamless sleep. It was the next morning when I first noticed something odd. As I brushed my teeth, I glanced at the antique mirror hanging in the bathroom. My reflection seemed off. It wasn't just the early morning grogginess. No, my reflection wore a twisted, mocking smile while I stood expressionless. "Mom?" I called out, my voice trembling slightly. She appeared at the bathroom door, wiping her hands on a dish rack. "Do you notice anything weird about this mirror?" She glanced at it, then back at me with a puzzled expression. "It looks fine to me, honey. Maybe you're just tired. Give it some time, you'll adjust to the new environment." I nodded, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling. but as the days passed, the occurrences became more frequent. Every time I looked in the mirror, my reflection seemed to have a mind of its own. It mimicked me perfectly at times, but other times, it would smirk or move its eyes independently. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, but deep down, I knew something was horribly wrong. One evening, after dinner, I decided to confront the mirror. I stood before it in my room, staring intently at my own face. "What do you want?" I whispered, feeling foolish but desperate. For a moment, my reflection did nothing out of the ordinary. Then, slowly, that sinister smile crept across its face again, and my heart pounded in my chest. I tried to look away, but my eyes wouldn't budge. It felt as though an invisible force held me captive. The smile grew wider, more grotesque, and I felt a cold sweat trickle down my spine. My reflection raised a hand, pressing it against the glass, and I felt an icy chill spread through my own palm. "Who are you?" I managed to choke out. My reflection's mouth moved, but no sound came out. I saw my own lips forming words, but I couldn't hear them. Panic surged through me. I slammed my hand against the mirror, trying to break free, but it was as if the glass had become a barrier I couldn't breach. My mother's voice called out from downstairs, snapping me out of my trance. The mirror shattered with a deafening crash, shards falling around me. Breathing heavily, I stumbled back, looking at the broken pieces on the floor. Each fragment still showed my twisted reflection, all smirking up at me in unison. I knew then that this wasn't just a figment of my imagination. Something sinister was trapped in the mirror, and it had its eyes set on me. The days following the mirror incident were a blur of fear and confusion. My parents noticed my unease but attributed it to the stress of moving and adjusting to a new place. I didn't dare tell them the full extent of what I was experiencing. They'd think I was losing my mind. Instead, I threw myself into schoolwork and tried to ignore the nagging feeling that something was watching me. One evening, while I was studying in my room, I heard a faint, whispering sound. At first, I thought it was the wind, but as it grew louder, I realized it was coming from the remnants of the shattered mirror. Curiosity and dread battled within me, but I couldn't resist. I knelt beside the fragments and listened closely. The whispers were incoherent at first, a jumbled mess of sounds that sent shivers down my spine. Then, a single word stood out among the chaos: "Help." My heart raced. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. The whispers intensified, the voices overlapping in a desperate plea. "Help us." I recoiled, fear gripping me. What could I possibly do to help whatever was trapped in the mirror? I needed answers, but I didn't know where to start. The library in town seemed like a good place to begin, so the next day, I skipped school and headed there. The librarian, an elderly woman with kind eyes, greeted me warmly. "How can I help you, dear?" I hesitated, unsure how to phrase my bizarre request. "I'm looking for information on haunted mirrors or supernatural occurrences." Her eyes widened slightly, but she nodded and led me to a dusty section of the library filled with old, leather-bound books. "These should have what you're looking for. Be careful, though. Some things are better left unexplored." I spent hours poring over the ancient texts, each page revealing more about the dark history of mirrors and their connection to the spirit world. One book, in particular, caught my eye. It was titled "Reflections of the Damned." The author described cases of people being trapped in mirrors, their souls ensnared by a malevolent force. According to the book, mirrors could act as portals to another realm, a place where lost souls roamed, seeking escape. The only way to free them was to confront the entity holding them captive. My blood ran cold as I realized I had to face whatever was haunting me head-on. That night, armed with newfound knowledge, I stood before the remnants of the mirror again. "I'm here to help," I said, my voice trembling. The whispers returned, louder and more insistent. "Free us." I took a deep breath and pressed my hand against one of the larger shards. Instantly, I was pulled into a whirlwind of darkness and cold, my body feeling like it was being torn apart. When the whirlwind subsided, I found myself in a dimly lit, shadowy version of my own room. The air was thick with an oppressive silence, and the walls seemed to close in on me. Suddenly, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned, expecting to see my twisted reflection, but instead, I saw a figure cloaked in darkness, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. "You shouldn't have come here," the figure hissed, its voice a chilling echo that reverberated through the room. I backed away, my heart pounding. "Who are you? What do you want?" The figure stepped closer, its presence suffocating. "I am the keeper of the souls. You cannot free them, and now, you are mine." Panic surged through me as I realized the gravity of my situation. I was trapped in this nightmarish realm, with no way out and a malevolent entity determined to claim my soul. I had to find a way to escape and free the souls trapped here before it was too late. My pulse raced as the dark figure loomed closer, its glowing eyes fixated on me. The oppressive silence of the shadowy room pressed in from all sides. "You cannot escape," it hissed, its voice an icy whisper. Panic surged through me, but I forced myself to stay calm. There had to be a way out. I took a step back, trying to gather my thoughts. "Why are you doing this?" I demanded, my voice shaking. The figure's eyes narrowed, and it seemed to smile, a cold, malevolent grin. "I feed on fear and despair. The souls trapped here sustain me. Your intrusion is an unexpected delight." Desperation clawed at me. I couldn't allow myself to become another captive soul. I had to think quickly. "What if I could offer you something else?" I asked, grasping at straws. The figure paused, its expression curious. "What could you possibly offer that is more valuable than the souls I possess?" I racked my brain for an answer, remembering the lore I had read. "Information," I said, hoping to buy time. "I can find others like me, people who can see you. I can bring them here, but only if you let me go." The figure's eyes gleamed with interest. "A tempting offer. But how do I know you won't simply escape and never return?" "I swear I'll come back," I lied, my voice as convincing as I could make it. The figure seemed to consider this, its form flickering slightly. "Very well," it said finally. "But if you fail to return, I will find you, and your punishment will be far worse." With a sudden rush of cold air, the room shifted. I found myself back in my own room, gasping for breath. The broken shards of the mirror lay at my feet, and the whispers had ceased. I knew I had to act quickly. The entity might believe my lie, but it wouldn't be long before it grew suspicious. I decided to confide in my best friend, Alex. He was skeptical at first, but the urgency in my voice convinced him to come over. As I recounted my experiences, his eyes widened in disbelief. "This sounds insane, Sarah. Are you sure you're not just imagining things?" "I wish I were," I replied, showing him the fragments of the mirror. "But I need your help. There's something in the mirror, and it's trapped souls. We have to find a way to free them." Alex sighed, running a hand through his hair. "All right, let's say I believe you. What do we do next?" I handed him the book I'd found in the library. "This book mentions a ritual to confront the entity and free the souls. We need to gather the materials and perform it tonight." We spent the rest of the day gathering the necessary items: candles, salt, and a mirror. By nightfall, we were ready. We set up the ritual in my room, drawing a circle of salt and placing the candles around it. The new mirror stood in the center. I took a deep breath, holding Alex's hand for support. "Let's do this." We lit the candles and began the incantation from the book. The air grew colder, and the shadows in the room seemed to dance with a life of their own. As we chanted, the mirror's surface began to ripple, like water disturbed by a pebble. Suddenly, the figure appeared in the mirror, its eyes blazing with anger. "You dare to defy me?" it roared, its voice shaking the room. I gripped Alex's hand tighter, forcing myself to continue the chant. The figure's form wavered, and I could see faces of trapped souls pressing against the glass, their eyes pleading. With a final shout, we completed the ritual. The mirror shattered, and a blinding light filled the room. When it faded, the shards lay still, and the oppressive feeling lifted. I collapsed to the floor, exhausted but relieved. "We did it," I whispered, tears of relief streaming down my face. But as Alex helped me up, I noticed a faint reflection in one of the shards. The dark figure's eyes stared back at me, filled with rage. I knew then that this battle was far from over. The entity was still out there, waiting for its chance to strike again. For a few days, things seemed almost normal. I went back to school, trying to push the horrifying experience to the back of my mind. Alex checked in on me constantly, and we both hoped the ritual had worked. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. One night, as I was getting ready for bed, I glanced at the small, handheld mirror on my dresser. It was just an ordinary mirror, but I couldn't help feeling a chill run down my spine. I turned it face down, not wanting to see my reflection. Sleep came fitfully, filled with restless dreams and shadowy figures. Around midnight, I woke to the sound of whispers. At first, I thought it was part of a dream, but as I sat up in bed, the whispers grew louder. They were coming from the turned-down mirror. My heart pounded as I reached for it, my hand trembling. I flipped it over and saw the same dark figure staring back at me, its eyes burning with fury. "You broke the mirror," it hissed, its voice dripping with venom. "But you cannot break me. I will have your soul, Sarah." I dropped the mirror, and it shattered on the floor. The whispers stopped, but I knew it was only a matter of time before the entity found another way to reach me. The next day, I told Alex what had happened. His face paled, but he nodded resolutely. "We need more help," he said. "There has to be someone who knows how to deal with this." We decided to visit a renowned psychic in town, Mrs. Hawthorne, known for her expertise in dealing with the supernatural. Mrs. Hawthorne's house was an old, ivy-covered mansion that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. She welcomed us in, her piercing blue eyes seeming to see right through us. "I've been expecting you," she said, her voice soft but firm. "The darkness that follows you is strong. Come, sit." We explained everything, from the twisted reflection to the ritual. She listened intently, nodding occasionally. "The entity you're dealing with is ancient and powerful," she said. "It feeds on fear and despair, and it won't let go easily. But there is a way to banish it for good." She led us to a dimly lit room filled with crystals, candles, and strange artifacts. In the center of the room was a large, ornate mirror. "This mirror is a portal," she explained. "We will use it to confront the entity directly. You must face your fears and show it that you are not afraid." I felt a lump in my throat but nodded. "What do we need to do?" Mrs. Hawthorne handed us each a crystal and instructed us to hold them tightly. She began to chant in a language I didn't understand, and the air grew thick with energy. The mirror's surface began to ripple, much like the one in my room had. The dark figure appeared, its eyes glowing with malice. "You think you can banish me?" It snarled. Mrs. Hawthorne continued her chant, her voice steady and unwavering. The entity's form flickered, and it let out a deafening roar. "You will pay for this." I focused on the crystal in my hand, trying to channel all my fear and anger into it. "You don't control me," I shouted, my voice echoing through the room. "I'm not afraid of you." The figure recoiled, its form becoming less distinct. Mrs. Hawthorne's chanting grew louder, and the mirror began to glow. With a final, ear-splitting scream, the entity was sucked into the mirror, and the surface solidified, leaving only our reflections behind. I fell to my knees, exhausted but relieved. "It's over," Mrs. Hawthorne said, her voice gentle. "You faced your fear and won." But as I looked at my reflection, a flicker of doubt crept in. For a brief moment, I saw that twisted smile again, mocking me. I knew then that the battle might be over, but the war was far from won. The darkness was still out there, waiting for its chance to return. In the weeks that followed, I tried to convince myself that the worst was behind me. The house felt lighter, and I no longer woke up in the middle of the night to whispers. Alex and I resumed our normal routines, but a lingering fear gnawed at the edges of my mind. Mrs. Hawthorne had warned us that the entity was ancient and powerful, and part of me feared it would find a way back. One crisp autumn afternoon, Alex and I decided to visit the old archives in town. I wanted to learn more about the history of our house and any previous inhabitants who might have encountered the entity. The archives were housed in a decrepit, stone building that looked as old as time itself. Inside, the smell of musty books and aged paper filled the air. We spent hours combing through dusty records and forgotten tomes. Just as I was about to give up, Alex called me over, holding an old newspaper clipping. "Look at this," he said, pointing to the headline. It read, "Family vanishes without a trace, local authorities baffled." The article was dated over a century ago and detailed the mysterious disappearance of a family who had lived in our house. According to the report, the family had been troubled by strange occurrences, much like what I had experienced. The parents and their 2 children were last seen by neighbors a week before they vanished. Their belongings were left untouched, and there were no signs of struggle. The only clue was a shattered mirror found in the master bedroom. A chill ran down my spine as I read the article. "Do you think they were trapped by the same entity?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Alex nodded, his face grim. "It's possible. We need to find out more about this mirror and the entity." Our search led us to an old journal belonging to the father of the vanished family. The pages were yellowed and brittle, but the writing was legible. The entries detailed the father's growing fear and desperation as the entity's presence became more pronounced. He described seeing twisted reflections and hearing whispers that grew louder each night. The last entry was particularly chilling. "The mirror is a curse. It feeds on our fear. If anyone reads this, beware. Do not let it consume you." I closed the journal, feeling a sense of dread. "We have to go back to Mrs. Hawthorne," I said. "She might know more about this curse." Alex agreed, and we hurried to her house, hoping she could provide answers. Mrs. Hawthorne welcomed us in, her expression serious as we explained what we had found. "The mirror is indeed cursed," she said. "It was created by a powerful sorcerer centuries ago to trap and feed on souls. The entity you encountered is its guardian, and it will stop at nothing to reclaim the mirror and its victims." She led us to her study, where an ancient, leather-bound book lay open on her desk. "There's one way to destroy the mirror and banish the entity for good," she explained. "But it is dangerous. You must confront the entity in its own realm and shatter its connection to our world." My heart sank. The thought of facing the entity again terrified me, but I knew we had no choice. "What do we need to do?" I asked. Mrs. Hawthorne handed us each a vial of thick, black liquid. "This potion will allow you to enter the entity's realm. Once there, you must find its heart and destroy it." That night, Alex and I prepared for the journey. We drank the potion, and the world around us dissolved into darkness. We found ourselves in a twisted version of my house, the air heavy with malevolence. Shadows flitted along the walls, and the whispers began anew, louder and more insistent. We made our way to the basement, where the whispers seemed to converge. The door creaked open, revealing a chamber filled with mirrors. In the center stood the entity, its form shifting and flickering. "You dare to return," it snarled. Fear gripped me, but I pushed it aside. "We're here to end this," I said, my voice steady. The entity laughed, a sound that chilled my very soul. "You cannot destroy me," it hissed. "I am eternal." Alex and I exchanged a determined look. "We'll see about that," he said, raising the hammer we had brought. Together, we charged at the entity, ready to face whatever horrors lay ahead. The entity's laughter echoed ominously through the chamber as we approached it. The air grew colder with every step, and the mirrors lining the walls seemed to pulse with a dark energy. "Stay close," I whispered to Alex, gripping the hammer tightly. We had to be brave, even if our fear threatened to overwhelm us. The entity's form shifted and solidified, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. "You will not leave here alive," it hissed, its voice reverberating through the room. Without warning, it lunged at us. I swung the hammer, barely grazing its shadowy form. The entity recoiled, and I saw an opening. "Now, Alex!" I shouted. He charged forward, smashing one of the mirrors with his own hammer. The mirror shattered, and the entity let out a blood-curdling scream. The air around us seemed to vibrate with its pain. "Keep going." Mrs. Hawthorne had said the mirrors were the key to the entity's power. Destroying them would weaken it. We moved in unison, shattering mirrors left and right. Each time a mirror broke, the entity's form flickered and grew weaker. But with every swing, it fought back harder, sending waves of cold and darkness crashing over us. My muscles ached, and my breaths came in ragged gasps, but I refused to give up. Finally, we stood before the last mirror. The entity's eyes blazed with desperation and fury. "You think you can defeat me?" it roared, its voice shaking the room. I hesitated, the weight of our task pressing down on me. What if this didn't work? What if we were trapped here forever? "Do it, Sarah," Alex urged, his voice steady. "We have to end this." Taking a deep breath, I raised the hammer and brought it down with all my strength. The mirror shattered, and the entity let out an unearthly wail. The darkness around us exploded in a blinding light, and I felt myself being pulled away, back to the real world. I awoke on the floor of my room, gasping for air. Alex lay beside me, his face pale but alive. "We did it," he murmured, his voice weak. I looked around, half expecting the entity to reappear, but the room was still. The mirrors were gone, replaced by shards of glass that glimmered harmlessly. Relief washed over me, but it was quickly replaced by a sense of dread. The battle might be over, but the war wasn't won yet. Mrs. Hawthorne had said destroying the mirrors would weaken the entity, but what if it wasn't enough? The next morning, we returned to Mrs. Hawthorne's house, hoping for guidance. She greeted us with a relieved smile. "You've done well," she said. "The entity's hold on this world has been broken, but it's not gone. It's weakened, but it will return unless we find a way to destroy it completely." "How?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "What more can we do?" Mrs. Hawthorne led us to her study and opened a hidden compartment in her desk. Inside was an old, ornate dagger, its blade etched with ancient symbols. "This dagger was forged to vanquish entities like the one you faced," she explained. "You must find the entity's heart and pierce it with this. Only then will it be destroyed for good." I took the dagger, its weight heavy in my hand. The thought of facing the entity again terrified me, but I knew we had no choice. "Where do we find its heart?" Alex asked, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. Mrs. Hawthorne pointed to the center of the room. "In the heart of the mirror maze, where you last confronted it. The entity's heart is hidden there. You must return and finish what you started." That night, armed with the dagger, Alex and I prepared to enter the entity's realm once more. We drank the potion, and the world dissolved into darkness. We found ourselves back in the twisted version of my house, the air thick with malevolence. We made our way to the basement, where the shattered mirrors lay. In the center of the room, a pulsating, shadowy mass awaited us. The entity's heart. As we approached, the darkness around us seemed to come alive, whispering threats and promises of eternal torment. I raised the dagger, my hands shaking. "We can do this," Alex said, squeezing my shoulder. "We have to." With a deep breath, I plunged the dagger into the heart. The entity let out a final, ear-piercing scream, and the darkness exploded in a blinding light. When it faded, the room was still. The mirrors were gone, and the oppressive feeling had lifted. I fell to my knees, tears streaming down my face. We had done it. The entity was destroyed, and its curse was broken. But as I looked around, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching us, waiting for its chance to return. In the days following our final confrontation with the entity, life returned to a semblance of normalcy. The oppressive weight that had hung over the house was gone, replaced by a lightness I had almost forgotten. Mrs. Hawthorne assured us that the entity was truly vanquished, and Alex and I tried to move on with our lives. Yet, the sense of unease lingered, like a shadow that refused to fully dissipate. One evening, while I was cleaning up my room, I found a small, forgotten mirror tucked away in the back of my closet. It was an old, handheld mirror, the kind with an ornate silver handle. I froze, my heart pounding. Hadn't we destroyed all the mirrors connected to the entity? I hesitated, then picked it up, my fingers trembling. For a moment, my reflection stared back at me normally, but then, just as I was about to put it down, the image twisted into that familiar, mocking smile. I dropped the mirror, my breath catching in my throat. The twisted reflection had returned. I grabbed my phone and called Alex, my voice shaking as I explained what had happened. He arrived within minutes, his face pale but determined. "We need to get rid of it," he said, picking up the mirror with a cloth. "Maybe it's just a leftover shard of the entity's power." We wrapped the mirror in several layers of cloth and took it to Mrs. Hawthorne's house. She examined the mirror, her brow furrowed. "This is not just a remnant," she said slowly. "The entity's power still lingers here, but it's different. We might have destroyed its heart, but it seems a part of it survived, trying to find a new host." Fear gripped me. "What do we do now?" I asked, feeling the weight of despair returning. Mrs. Hawthorne looked thoughtful, then nodded decisively. "We need to perform one final ritual to cleanse this mirror and any residual energy left behind." That night, we gathered once more in Mrs. Hawthorne's ritual room. The air was thick with tension as we set up the candles and drew a circle of salt around the mirror. Mrs. Hawthorne handed us each a small vial of blue liquid. "Drink this," she instructed. "It will protect you from the entity's power during the ritual." As we drank, she began chanting, the ancient words resonating through the room. The mirror's surface started to ripple, and the temperature dropped sharply. The twisted reflection reappeared, its eyes burning with malevolence. "You cannot escape me," it hissed, its voice echoing in the small room. We continued the chant, our voices steady despite the growing fear. The reflection's form flickered, and I could see the darkness behind it, writhing and pulsing. Mrs. Hawthorne's chant grew louder, and the air around us seemed to vibrate with power. The reflection screamed, a sound that made my blood run cold, and then it shattered, the mirror exploding into 1,000 pieces. The room fell silent, the oppressive weight lifted. We stared at the shattered glass, breathing heavily. "It's over," Mrs. Hawthorne said, her voice filled with relief. "The entity is truly gone this time." Alex and I helped clean up the shards, our hands shaking but our spirits lighter. As we left Mrs. Hawthorne's house, I felt a sense of peace I hadn't known in months. We had faced the darkness and won. In the following weeks, life returned to normal. The house no longer felt haunted, and the nightmares stopped. Alex and I grew closer, bonded by our shared ordeal. Mrs. Hawthorne remained a comforting presence, always there if we needed her. Yet, as winter turned to spring, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. It was a faint, almost imperceptible sensation, but it was there. One evening, as I passed by a shop window, I caught a glimpse of my reflection. For a split second, it wore that twisted smile. I froze, my heart racing. The reflection was normal again, but the brief glimpse had left me shaken. I hurried home, my mind racing. Had we truly destroyed the entity, or had it found another way to linger? That night, I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. The peace I had felt was gone, replaced by a gnawing fear. What if the entity was still out there, biding its time? As I drifted off to sleep, I knew one thing for certain: our battle with the darkness was not over. The entity might be weakened, but it wasn't defeated. It was waiting, and sooner or later, it would return. The sense of unease grew stronger with each passing day. I tried to convince myself that the glimpse of the twisted smile in the shop window had been a trick of the light, but deep down, I knew better. The entity was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its chance to strike again. One night, I awoke to the sound of whispering. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but as I listened more closely, I recognized the familiar, chilling voices. They were coming from my vanity mirror, which I had avoided since our last encounter. My heart pounded in my chest as I approached it, the whispers growing louder. "Sarah," the voices called, their tone both mocking and pleading. "You cannot escape us." I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I had to do something. I couldn't let the entity regain its power. Desperation drove me to call Alex and Mrs. Hawthorne, asking them to come over immediately. Within an hour, they arrived, their faces grim but determined. "We need to end this once and for all," Mrs. Hawthorne said, her voice steady. "We must confront the entity and destroy its source of power." She explained that while we had weakened the entity, we hadn't fully eradicated its presence. Its essence still lingered, waiting to reclaim a foothold in our world. We gathered in the basement, where the entity's power felt strongest. Mrs. Hawthorne had brought an array of ritual tools, including the ancient dagger we had used before. She drew a large circle on the floor with salt and positioned candles at each point. In the center, she placed the vanity mirror. "Stand within the circle," she instructed. "We need to combine our strength to banish the entity completely." As we took our positions, she began chanting in the same ancient language as before. The air grew heavy, and the shadows around us seemed to come alive, twisting and writhing. The mirror's surface rippled, and the entity's face appeared, its eyes burning with a fierce hatred. "You think you can defeat me?" it snarled, its voice shaking the room. Mrs. Hawthorne continued chanting, her voice unwavering. Alex and I joined in, our voices merging with hers in a powerful harmony. The entity's form flickered, and it let out a deafening roar. The room seemed to vibrate with its fury, and I felt a wave of cold wash over me. But we didn't stop. We couldn't. The mirror cracked, and I saw faces of trapped souls pressing against the glass, their eyes pleading for release. With a final, desperate scream, the entity lunged at us, but it was too late. The mirror shattered, and the entity's form dissolved into nothingness. The room fell silent, the oppressive weight lifted. We stood there, breathing heavily, the shattered pieces of the mirror glimmering at our feet. "It's over," Mrs. Hawthorne said, her voice filled with relief. "The entity is gone. Truly gone this time." Alex and I exchanged a look of disbelief and triumph. We had done it. We had finally defeated the darkness that had haunted us for so long. In the days that followed, the house felt lighter, almost welcoming. The whispers were gone, and the mirrors no longer held any sinister reflections. Life began to return to normal, and the fear that had gripped us slowly faded. But one evening, as I was walking home from school, I caught a glimpse of a familiar face in a puddle. The twisted smile, the mocking eyes. I froze, my heart pounding. It was gone in an instant, replaced by my own reflection, but the brief glimpse left me shaken. I hurried home, my mind racing. I had to tell Alex and Mrs. Hawthorne. We couldn't let our guard down, not even for a moment. The entity might be defeated, but its echoes lingered, waiting for a chance to return. We had to stay vigilant, ready to confront the darkness if it ever tried to rise again. As I sat in my room that night, I stared at the empty space where the vanity mirror had once been. The battle was over, but the war against the darkness was never truly won. It was a constant, silent struggle, one that required unwavering courage and vigilance. And as long as I lived, I would be ready to face it. Story 7. The Window. I woke up with a start, my heart pounding in my chest. The room was unnaturally cold, and as I glanced around, I noticed something that sent a chill down my spine. My bedroom window was wide open, curtains fluttering gently in the breeze. That wouldn't have been so terrifying if it weren't for the muddy footprints on the floor, leading away from the window. But what made my blood run cold was that all the footprints were facing inward, as if someone, or something, had walked backward into my room. I sat up in bed, straining to hear any sound that might indicate an intruder. The silence was oppressive, wrapping around me like a suffocating blanket. Slowly, I swung my legs over the side of the bed and stood up, the floorboards creaking beneath my feet. I tiptoed toward the window, each step fraught with fear. The footprints were large, too large for any ordinary person, and they seemed to emanate a dark, sticky residue. "Hello?" I whispered, my voice trembling. There was no answer. I reached the window and looked out into the night. The yard below was empty, bathed in the pale light of the full moon. I leaned out, hoping to catch a glimpse of whoever, or whatever, had left those footprints, but there was nothing. Only the eerie stillness of the night greeted me. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept through the room, making me shiver. I closed the window and locked it, my fingers trembling. I turned back to the footprints, my mind racing. How had they gotten in? More importantly, why? I had no enemies, no reason for anyone to invade my home in such a sinister manner. I followed the trail of footprints, which led across the room and stopped abruptly at my closet door. My heart thudded painfully in my chest as I reached for the handle. The door creaked open, revealing nothing but my clothes hanging neatly inside. I sighed in relief, but it was short-lived. A soft whisper reached my ears, barely audible but unmistakable. It was coming from inside the closet. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice stronger than I felt. There was no reply. I leaned in closer, my ear almost touching the fabric of my clothes. The whisper came again, clearer this time. "Help me." I stumbled back, my mind reeling. I knew that voice. It was my sister's, but she had died 3 years ago. The room felt like it was closing in on me, the walls pressing closer. I needed to get out, to escape whatever malevolent force was invading my home. I bolted for the door, my breath coming in ragged gasps. As I reached the hallway, I froze. More footprints, the same dark, sticky residue, led down the stairs and into the living room. I didn't want to follow them, but I couldn't stay in my room either. Summoning every ounce of courage, I crept down the stairs, my eyes glued to the trail before me. The footprints led to the front door, which was ajar, swaying gently in the breeze. I pushed the door open and stepped outside, the cool night air hitting me like a slap. The footprints continued across the lawn, stopping at the edge of the woods that bordered my property. I hesitated, fear gnawing at my insides. The whispering voice had said, "Help me." Was my sister's spirit trying to communicate with me, or was it something far more sinister? The footprints vanished into the darkness of the woods, leaving me with a choice. Follow them and face whatever horror awaited, or retreat to the false safety of my home. I took a deep breath, my decision made. I had to know the truth, no matter how terrifying it might be. The woods loomed before me, dark and foreboding. My flashlight's weak beam barely penetrated the shadows, but I had no choice. I had to follow the footprints. Each step felt heavier, my mind racing with fear and anticipation. The trees seemed to close in around me, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching out to snatch me away. As I ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew colder, and the silence became oppressive. The only sound was the crunch of leaves underfoot and my own ragged breathing. The footprints remained clear, guiding me further into the darkness. I could feel an unseen presence watching me, a malevolent force lurking just beyond my sight. "Is anyone there?" I called out, my voice trembling. No response, only the eerie rustle of leaves. I pressed on, each step taking me further from the safety of my home. The trees seemed to whisper my name, their voices intertwining with the wind. Panic surged within me, but I couldn't turn back now. Suddenly, the footprints veered off the path and led to an old, decrepit cabin. Its windows were shattered, and the door hung off its hinges. The sight of it sent a chill down my spine. It looked abandoned, yet something about it felt wrong, like it was waiting for me. I swallowed hard, my hand trembling as I reached for the door. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of decay. Moonlight filtered through the broken windows, casting eerie shadows on the walls. The footprints led to the center of the room, where they abruptly stopped. I shone my flashlight around, searching for any sign of life, but the cabin appeared empty. "Help me," the whisper came again, this time louder, more insistent. It echoed through the room, sending shivers down my spine. I turned in circles, trying to pinpoint the source. My heart pounded in my chest, fear threatening to overwhelm me. Was my sister really here, or was something playing tricks on me? "Where are you?" I shouted, my voice cracking. The only response was a low, guttural growl from the darkness. I spun around, my flashlight beam catching a glimpse of something moving in the shadows. I backed away, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the light. The growl grew louder, more menacing. I could see its eyes now, glowing with an unnatural light. It stepped into the beam of my flashlight, revealing a creature that defied description. Its body was twisted and deformed, a grotesque mockery of a human. It bared its teeth, a snarl rumbling deep in its throat. "Get out," it hissed, its voice a raspy growl. I stumbled backward, tripping over debris on the floor. My flashlight slipped from my hand and rolled away, leaving me in darkness. I scrambled to my feet, blind with fear. The creature lunged at me, its claws swiping through the air. I managed to dodge, my back slamming against the wall. In the faint light, I saw a trapdoor in the floor, partially hidden by dirt and debris. Desperation gave me strength, and I yanked it open, throwing myself into the darkness below. I hit the ground hard, pain lancing through my leg. Above me, the creature snarled, but it didn't follow. I lay there, gasping for breath, my body trembling with fear. The basement was pitch black, the air thick with dust and decay. I reached out, feeling the cold, damp ground beneath me. Something brushed against my hand, and I recoiled in horror. It was a small, delicate hand, cold as death. I could barely make out the figure in the darkness, but I knew it was her. My sister. "Please," she whispered, her voice filled with sorrow. "Help me." Terror gripped my heart as I stared into the darkness, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. The small hand was unmistakably that of my sister, yet the rest of her form remained shrouded in shadow. I reached out again, this time more tentatively, and felt the cold, unyielding surface of her skin. "Jenny?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Is that really you?" "Help me," she repeated, her voice echoing through the damp, musty basement. I strained to see her face, but the darkness was impenetrable. My hands shook as I fumbled for my flashlight, finally managing to flick it back on. The beam of light cut through the gloom, revealing my sister's face, pale and ethereal, eyes filled with a sorrow that pierced my soul. "What happened to you?" I asked, tears welling up in my eyes. "How are you here?" She reached out, her cold fingers brushing against my cheek. "They took me," she said, her voice a haunting whisper. "They wouldn't let me go. But you can help me. You have to break the curse." "See curse?" I stammered, my mind racing. "What curse?" Her eyes darkened, and a shadow passed over her face. "The creature. It binds souls to this place, traps them forever. You must destroy it, or I will never be free." The gravity of her words sank in, and I felt a surge of determination. "How do I destroy it?" I asked, my voice steady despite the fear coursing through me. She pointed to a corner of the basement where a small, weathered chest lay half buried in dirt. "In there," she said, "there is an amulet. Use it to weaken the creature. Then you must burn its body. Only then will the curse be broken." I nodded, my resolve hardening. I crossed the room, prying the chest open with trembling hands. Inside, nestled among old, decaying fabrics, was a tarnished silver amulet. It pulsed with a strange energy, and as I picked it up, I felt a surge of power course through me. The creature's growl echoed from above, reminding me of the danger I faced. I turned back to my sister, who watched me with a mix of hope and fear. "I'll do it," I promised. "I'll set you free." She gave me a weak smile, her form beginning to fade. "Hurry," she urged. "It won't stay away for long." I climbed out of the basement, clutching the amulet tightly. The creature was waiting, its eyes gleaming with malevolent intelligence. It hissed, baring its teeth as it lunged at me. But this time, I was ready. I held up the amulet, and a blinding light erupted from it, enveloping the creature in a searing glow. It howled in pain, its form writhing and contorting as the light burned away the darkness that bound it. I could see its twisted features clearly now, a grotesque amalgamation of human and beast. It clawed at the light, trying to escape, but the amulet's power was too strong. "Now!" Jenny's voice echoed in my mind. "Burn it!" I grabbed an old lantern from a nearby shelf, smashing it on the ground and igniting the oil. Flames roared to life, and I kicked the burning lantern toward the creature. The fire caught quickly, consuming the beast in a torrent of flames. Its screams echoed through the cabin, a chilling symphony of agony and defeat. As the creature burned, I felt the air grow warmer, the oppressive darkness lifting. The footprints that had haunted me began to fade, their sinister presence dissolving into nothingness. I collapsed to the floor, exhausted but triumphant. The curse was broken. "Thank you," Jenny's voice whispered one last time, filled with a peace I hadn't heard in years. I knew she was finally free. I stood up, the weight of the night's events pressing down on me. But as I turned to leave the cabin, I noticed something strange. A new set of footprints, smaller and lighter, led out of the cabin and into the woods. I felt a chill run down my spine. The new footprints were delicate, almost dainty, leading away from the now smoldering cabin. My heart pounded in my chest as I hesitated at the doorway. Every instinct told me to turn back, to leave this cursed place behind. But the memory of my sister's voice, her plea for help, compelled me to follow. I took a deep breath and stepped out into the night. The forest seemed even more oppressive than before, the shadows deeper and more menacing. I kept my flashlight beam trained on the footprints, afraid of what might lurk just beyond the light. The footprints led me deeper into the woods, winding through trees and underbrush until they reached a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood an old, gnarled tree, its twisted branches reaching up to the sky like skeletal hands. The footprints stopped at the base of the tree, and as I approached, I felt a chill run down my spine. Something was off, an unnatural stillness in the air. "Hello?" I called out, my voice barely a whisper. There was no response, only the rustling of leaves in the wind. I walked around the tree, searching for any sign of life. My flashlight flickered, casting eerie shadows across the clearing. And then I saw it, carved into the bark of the tree, a name, Jenny. My breath caught in my throat. I reached out to touch the carving, my fingers tracing the letters. The air around me grew colder, and I felt a presence behind me. I turned slowly, my flashlight flickering again. Standing at the edge of the clearing was a figure, barely visible in the darkness. "Jenny?" I asked, my voice trembling. The figure stepped closer, and I saw her clearly now. My sister, her form faint and ghostly, her eyes filled with sorrow and pain. "Thank you," she said, her voice a haunting echo. "But it's not over. There's more you need to know." "What do you mean?" I asked, confusion and fear battling for control. "I thought I broke the curse." "The creature was only part of it," she explained, her voice growing fainter. "There's something else. Something darker. It won't let me go." Panic surged within me. "What do I have to do?" I pleaded. "Tell me how to help you." She pointed to the base of the tree, where the ground seemed disturbed, as if something had been buried there. "Dig," she said. "You have to find it." I dropped to my knees, my hands clawing at the dirt. The ground was cold and hard, resisting my efforts, but I dug with a fervor born of desperation. After what felt like an eternity, my fingers brushed against something solid. I cleared away the dirt, revealing a small, ornate box. I lifted the box from the ground, my hands trembling. The air grew colder, and I could feel a dark presence surrounding me. I opened the box, and inside was an old, withered heart, its surface covered in strange, arcane symbols. The sight of it filled me with dread. "What is this?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "The heart of the curse," Jenny said. "You must destroy it." I looked around, searching for a way to destroy the heart. My eyes fell on the smoldering remains of the cabin. I knew what I had to do. I took the heart and made my way back to the cabin, the dark presence growing stronger with every step. The fire had died down, but there were still embers glowing in the ashes. I threw the heart into the embers, watching as it caught fire. The air was filled with a terrible, agonized scream, the sound of the curse being broken. The ground beneath me trembled, and the oppressive darkness began to lift. I turned back to the clearing, hoping to see my sister one last time. But she was gone, her spirit finally free. I felt a profound sense of relief, mixed with an overwhelming sadness. The ordeal was over, but I would never forget what I had experienced. As I made my way back home, the first light of dawn breaking through the trees, I noticed something strange. The footprints that had led me to the clearing were gone, as if they had never existed. But deep down, I knew the truth. The footprints would always be with me, a reminder of the darkness I had faced and the sister I had finally set free. And then I heard it, faint but unmistakable, the sound of footsteps behind me, echoing in the silence. I turned, but there was nothing there. Just the empty forest, and the promise of more secrets waiting to be uncovered. Story 8. The Closet. It was a quiet evening when it happened. I was lounging on the couch, half watching a rerun of some forgettable sitcom, when my phone buzzed with a notification. I picked it up absent-mindedly, expecting a spam message or an update from one of my apps. Instead, the notification read, "New photo added to your camera roll." Curious, I opened my Photos app. The latest picture stopped me cold. It was a photo of me sleeping, taken from inside my closet. The angle, the lighting, everything was disturbingly perfect. My heart started pounding as I tried to make sense of it. I lived alone. No one had access to my phone, and no one should have been in my house. I bolted upright, my mind racing. Who could have taken that photo? The implications were terrifying. I glanced around my living room, suddenly feeling exposed and vulnerable. The curtains were drawn, and the only light came from the TV, casting eerie shadows on the walls. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my frayed nerves. I had to check the closet. Slowly, I made my way to the bedroom. The hallway seemed longer than usual, each step echoing in the silence. The door to my room was slightly ajar, just as I had left it. I pushed it open and scanned the room, my eyes landing on the closet. The door was closed, but the thought of what might be behind it sent a chill down my spine. I approached the closet with trepidation, my hand shaking as I reached for the handle. I paused, listening for any sound from within. The silence was deafening. Gathering my courage, I yanked the door open. The closet was empty, just my clothes hanging neatly on their hangers. But the fear didn't dissipate. Someone or something had taken that photo, and I had no idea how or why. As I stood there, trying to make sense of the situation, my phone buzzed again. Another notification, "New photo added to your camera roll." My stomach dropped. I opened the Photos app with dread. The new picture showed me standing in front of the open closet, looking terrified. The photo had been taken just moments ago. I felt a wave of panic. This was no prank. Someone was in my house, watching me. I turned on the spot, scanning the room for any sign of an intruder. The shadows seemed to shift and twist, playing tricks on my mind. I needed to get out of there, to call the police. But my phone was my only connection to the outside world, and it was betraying me. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling. There was no response, only the eerie silence. I backed away from the closet, my eyes darting around the room. Every corner seemed to harbor a threat, every shadow a potential attacker. I reached for my phone again, my fingers slipping on the screen as I tried to dial 911. Before I could complete the call, another notification popped up, "New photo added to your camera roll." I didn't want to look, but I had to. The latest photo showed me with the phone in my hand, dialing the number. The photo had been taken from the doorway of my bedroom. My heart pounded in my chest as I ran to the doorway, throwing it open. The hallway was empty, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I stepped out, looking both ways, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. I had to get out of the house, to find help. I made my way to the front door, every step feeling like an eternity. As I reached for the handle, my phone buzzed one last time. "New photo added to your camera roll." With trembling hands, I opened the app. The final photo showed me standing at the front door, a dark figure looming behind me. I spun around, but the hallway was empty. The fear was suffocating, my mind screaming at me to run. I threw open the door and bolted into the night, not daring to look back. Whatever was in my house, it was watching me, and it was closer than I had ever imagined. I didn't stop running until I was a block away, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I fumbled with my phone, finally managing to call the police. The dispatcher's calm voice was a stark contrast to my panic as I explained what had happened. They promised to send someone over immediately. I leaned against a street lamp, trying to steady my racing heart. My mind was a whirlwind of fear and confusion. Who had taken those photos? How had they done it without me noticing? The police arrived quickly, their flashing lights casting eerie shadows on the houses. 2 officers approached me, their expressions serious. "Are you the one who called?" one of them asked. I nodded, struggling to find my voice. "Someone's in my house," I managed to say. "They took photos of me while I was sleeping, and then while I was in the closet." The officers exchanged a glance before one of them spoke into his radio. "We'll check it out," the other officer said. "Stay here and try to stay calm." They made their way to my house, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. I watched from a distance, my body tense with anticipation. Minutes ticked by like hours, and finally, the officers emerged, their faces grim. "We didn't find anyone inside," one of them said, but his tone was far from reassuring. "Are you sure about what you saw?" I pulled out my phone, showing them the photos. The officer's expressions shifted to one of disbelief. "This is unusual," the second officer said. "We'll need to take a closer look." They escorted me back to the house, their presence providing a small measure of comfort. We entered cautiously, their flashlights sweeping the rooms. Every corner of my house was examined, every closet and crawlspace checked. Nothing. It was as if the intruder had vanished into thin air. I felt a knot of dread in my stomach. "But the photos," I insisted. "Someone was here." "We believe you," the first officer said. "But there's no sign of forced entry, and no one is here now. We'll file a report and have a patrol car keep an eye on your house tonight." It was little consolation, but it was something. They took down my information and left, leaving me alone in my eerily quiet house. I sat on the couch, my phone clutched tightly in my hand. The police had left, but the feeling of being watched hadn't. I scrolled through the photos again, each one a chilling reminder of how vulnerable I was. I needed answers, and I knew I wouldn't find them sitting here, scared and alone. The next day, I decided to install security cameras. If someone was breaking into my house, I needed proof. I spent hours setting up the cameras, covering every entry point and the main rooms inside. As I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every creak and groan of the house made me jump, my nerves frayed to the breaking point. That night, I locked all the doors and windows, double-checking everything before heading to bed. I kept my phone by my side, the security app open and ready. Sleep was elusive, my mind replaying the events of the previous night over and over. Sometime around 3 a.m., I was jolted awake by a soft chime. A notification. My heart raced as I grabbed my phone. Motion detected in the living room, it read. I clicked on the live feed, my breath catching in my throat. The screen showed the living room, dimly lit by the streetlights outside. And then, I saw it. A shadowy figure standing by the couch, barely visible but undeniably there. I couldn't breathe. I watched in horror as the figure moved slowly, deliberately, toward the hallway. Toward my bedroom. My hands shook as I dialed 911 again, whispering my address and the situation to the dispatcher. The minutes stretched into an eternity as I waited for the police to arrive. I kept my eyes glued to the screen, the figure now standing just outside my bedroom door. The sound of sirens filled the night, and the figure vanished from the screen. I heard the police enter the house, their voices calling out. They found me in my room, pale and trembling, clutching my phone. "We saw it," I said, my voice barely a whisper. It was in the living room. The officers exchanged a look before turning back to me. "We need to review the footage," one of them said. I handed over my phone, too shaken to protest. As they watched the video, their expressions grew more serious. "We'll get to the bottom of this," one of them promised. "But until we do, we recommend you stay somewhere else." I nodded, too scared to argue. I packed a bag and left, the feeling of being watched following me into the night. But even as I drove away, I couldn't shake the sense that whatever was haunting me wasn't done yet. I drove to my friend Lisa's house, my mind still reeling from the night's events. She was the only person I trusted enough to confide in about something this terrifying. When I arrived, I knocked urgently, and it didn't take long for Lisa to open the door, her face etched with concern. "What's going on?" she asked, ushering me inside. "You sounded so scared on the phone." I told her everything, from the photos to the figure caught on my security cameras. Lisa listened intently, her expression shifting from concern to horror. "You're staying here tonight," she said firmly. No arguments. We set up a makeshift bed in her living room, and she handed me a cup of tea. "Try to get some rest," she said, giving my shoulder a reassuring squeeze. But sleep was the last thing on my mind. The police had reviewed the footage, but there were no answers yet. And I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched. Around 2 a.m., my phone buzzed with another notification. I stared at it, dread pooling in my stomach. "Motion detected in your bedroom." My heart raced as I opened the app. The camera feed showed my empty bedroom, the bed unmade just as I had left it. But then, a figure moved past the window, lingering at the edge of the frame before disappearing into the shadows. I showed the footage to Lisa, and she turned pale. "We need to go to the police again," she said, her voice shaking. "This is getting out of hand." We drove to the station, the early morning streets eerily quiet. The officers on duty reviewed the new footage, their faces grim. "We'll send another patrol to check the area," one of them said. "But until we can figure out what's going on, you need to stay somewhere safe." Lisa and I returned to her house, but neither of us could sleep. The next day, I received a call from Officer Martinez, the detective assigned to my case. "We reviewed the footage again," he said. "There's something strange. The figure doesn't seem to trigger any other motion sensors, only the one in your bedroom. It's almost as if it's not entirely physical." A chill ran down my spine. "What are you saying?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "We're not sure yet," he admitted. "But we need to explore every possibility, including the supernatural." I spent the rest of the day in a daze, my mind grappling with the idea that something otherworldly was haunting me. That evening, Lisa suggested we consult a local paranormal expert. It sounded crazy, but at this point, I was willing to try anything. We met with Dr. Morgan, a renowned parapsychologist, who listened to our story with a thoughtful expression. "It sounds like a classic case of a haunting," she said. "But the specificity of the photos and the surveillance footage is unusual. It suggests an intelligent entity, one that's very aware of you." She proposed a plan. We would conduct a seance to try and communicate with the entity, to understand its motives. Despite my skepticism, I agreed. That night, we gathered in Lisa's living room, candles casting flickering shadows on the walls. Dr. Morgan instructed us to hold hands and focus on inviting the spirit to communicate. "Is there anyone here with us?" Dr. Morgan called out, her voice steady. "We mean you no harm. We only wish to understand why you are here." For a long moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, a cold draft swept through the room, making the candles flicker. My phone buzzed with another notification. Hands shaking, I opened the app. A new photo had been added, a picture of us sitting around the table, taken from just behind Dr. Morgan. The room's temperature plummeted, and a low, guttural whisper filled the air. "You cannot stop me," it hissed. "She belongs to me." I looked at Dr. Morgan, whose face was pale but determined. "What do you want?" she asked, her voice firm. "Why are you here?" The whispering intensified, and the candles blew out, plunging us into darkness. "She belongs to me," the voice repeated, more insistent. "You cannot take her away." My heart pounded in my chest. Who do I belong to?" I shouted into the void. There was a pause, And then the whisper came again, chilling me to the bone. The Watcher. The room fell silent, the oppressive presence lifting slightly. We sat in the darkness, the reality of what we were facing sinking in. The Watcher was no ordinary spirit, and it wasn't going to let me go without a fight. The name The Watcher echoed in my mind, a chilling reminder of the unseen presence that had invaded my life. Dr. Morgan was resolute, her face set with determination. "We need to find out more about this entity," she said. "If we understand its origins, we might find a way to banish it." The next morning, we gathered in the small library in town, poring over old records and newspapers. It was tedious work, but we had to find something, anything, that could give us a clue about the Watcher. Hours passed, and just when I was starting to lose hope, Lisa found a mention in an old diary, dated over a century ago. "The Watcher," she read aloud, her voice trembling. "A spirit that binds itself to a chosen victim, watching their every move, feeding on their fear. It is said that the Watcher can only be banished by confronting it in the place where it first attached itself." I shuddered, the words filling me with dread. "Where did it attach itself to me?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Dr. Morgan looked thoughtful. "It must be somewhere significant, a place where you felt its presence the most." My mind raced, thinking back over the past few days. The closet. It always came back to the closet. "My bedroom closet," I said. "It started there." Armed with this new information, we prepared for the confrontation. Dr. Morgan gathered some tools, a small bell, a vial of holy water, and a handful of salt. "These are traditional methods for banishing spirits," she explained. "They might not be enough on their own, but combined with your determination, they might just work." That night, we returned to my house. The air was thick with anticipation as we entered my bedroom, the closet door looming like a dark portal. We arranged ourselves around the room, Dr. Morgan instructing us to stay focused and not let fear take over. "We call upon the spirit known as the Watcher," Dr. Morgan began, her voice strong and clear. "Show yourself and face us." The room grew colder, the shadows deepening. My phone buzzed with another notification. I ignored it, my eyes fixed on the closet. Slowly, the door creaked open, and a dark figure emerged. Its form was indistinct, shifting and writhing like a living shadow. "You cannot banish me," it hissed, its voice echoing around the room. "She belongs to me." "She does not belong to you," Dr. Morgan countered, stepping forward. "We are here to set her free." The Watcher snarled, its form growing larger, more menacing. I felt a surge of fear, but I pushed it down, focusing on my sister's face, on the promise I had made to set her free. I took a step forward, holding out the bell. "In the name of all that is good, I command you to leave," I said, my voice shaking but resolute. I rang the bell, the clear, sharp sound cutting through the air. The Watcher recoiled, its form flickering. Dr. Morgan threw the holy water, and the spirit screamed, its outline distorting as if in pain. Lisa scattered the salt in a wide arc, creating a barrier between us and the entity. "You cannot defeat me," the Watcher roared, its voice a cacophony of anger and fear. "I will never leave." I stepped forward again, my heart pounding. "You have no power here," I said, my voice gaining strength. "I am not afraid of you." The Watcher lunged at me, but the barrier of salt held. It writhed and twisted, its form growing weaker, more transparent. I rang the bell again, louder this time, and the spirit screamed, a sound that echoed through the room. "Leave now and never return," Dr. Morgan commanded, her voice filled with authority. "You are banished." With a final, ear-piercing scream, the Watcher disintegrated, its form dissolving into nothingness. The room grew still, the oppressive weight lifting. I collapsed to the floor, tears streaming down my face. It was over. Dr. Morgan helped me up, her face gentle and reassuring. "You did it," she said softly. "It's gone." I nodded, feeling a sense of peace I hadn't known in days. Lisa hugged me tightly, her relief palpable. We had faced the darkness and won. As we left my house, I glanced back at the closet one last time. It was just a closet now, no longer a gateway to fear. I knew there would be other challenges ahead, but for the first time, I felt truly free. The next morning, I received a final notification on my phone. New photo added to your camera roll. My heart skipped a beat as I opened it, but this time, it was a picture of me and Lisa, taken from the living room camera. We were smiling, safe and together. The caption read, "Thank you." The end. Subscribe for more true scary stories. Thanks for watching.